as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Hello. How's everybody doing? A quick question. Players are targeted by a meteor when they use a flask. Is that the same meteor as the red altars that just like straight up like one-shots you all the time? Does that one straight up absolutely destroy you? Because that red meteor altar, I don't know what that is, but it hurts. It hurts, and I don't want to do it. Also, they don't one-shot get good. I mean, they don't one-shot until your flasks go off 5 times, and 5 of them come down. And then they do. Alright, well, we're not going to run that then. Let's keep looking for more scrabs. There we go. That should be fine. New POB, new POB, new POB. Okay, there's no organized new POB yet. My account is public though. So if you want to see what we're min-maxing and where we're up to, right here, you can just type BalorMage in this little spot right here, where you would normally put a thing in. Just boop. And then Necropolis, and then Balor new minions. And then that's it. There's the whole build already. You gotta like tick the flasks, but like that's it. It's all set up. You can even see the tattoos I'm no longer using because I'm not spec'd over this side anymore. What are you using an animate guardian? How do you keep him from getting nuked? Oh, I don't. I've lost 2 bobs already to tier 17s. Ooh, nice. Well done. Wow, that's actually really good. I would rather have Fizz taken as fire as my prefix rather than crafted life. But otherwise, that's really, really good. How much would the build lose if I stubbornly refused to not use an animate guardian? Not that much. You would put Ray's Spectre in its place and use 2 Spectres. You're giving up tankiness more than anything else. This guy's, the big deal about this animate guardian is that he gives cull, which is not that important because our DPS is insanely high anyway. 10 fortify stacks and crit immunity. So you could make up crit immunity, or at least somewhat, pretty easily. Like you get 30% reduced effective crits from here, and you can get a mastery for another 30% there, right? And now you're already at 60% reduced crit damage taken, and you can probably like tattoo some or get a corruption somewhere, or like a determination watcher's eye, or like any of those sort of things to become crit immune, and that would be fine. But then you just get you would just be losing the fortify. But that's fine. You can put 2 Spectres in and gain some damage from that way. But how much attack speed do I need? So there's no such thing as need, really. As long as you've got in your hideout without onslaught up, if your attack time is like 0.4 or 0.45, you've probably already got enough to hit all the breakpoints you need. More than that just makes it feel better to play. Feel better, feel smooth. Right? Like, I can do this real quick because of my attack speed, which is insane. Right? And I actually get onslaught when I'm in a map, which I don't even have right now, on top of this. So it feels real good to have more attack speed, but as far as like your actual damage is concerned, as long as you're attacking at least twice a second, you'll be fine. Because look at what we've got here. 14 projectiles that all return. So that's 28 projectiles per attack. And then they don't all happen at once. If you look really closely, you'll see when I move, they all go and come back, right? They keep going for an amount of time. So when I attack 2 or 3 times, there's like a huge amount of them. Every single one of them can proc the hit, right? So like it's so many projectiles. It's so many. What are the best 3 for Poison SRS? Poison SRS, Arena Pale, and I really like Spectral Leader. There's a 3rd one, but you could use the Warcaller instead, or if they die for you, you can go back to using the Primal Crush Claw if you wanted. Can be the interview stream, not with tier 17s. Oh, I could watch that. I actually haven't seen it yet. We should be fine to do that with tier 17s. These aren't that dangerous to me. I mean, Bob might die at some point, but... Holy Relic doesn't feel tanky enough for T17s. Any tips? I'm gonna need to know more. Why? Why doesn't it feel tanky enough? The problem, the biggest problem is a yellow. Thank you for the 67-month resub.
Almost nice.
What can I afford to farm? What can I farm to afford the unique jewel? You could actually just farm the unique jewel if you wanted. There's a few people who are getting like 1 or 2 of them a day fully spec'd in. 50k buffed up and I'm still getting 1 shot. Okay. So the biggest problem with tier 17s is saying tier 17s isn't really enough, because there are modifiers that I can roll on tier 17s that will just absolutely annihilate me. And there are ways to roll tier 17s where it's fine. And there are ways to roll tier 17s where it's fine, but my animate guardian will probably die. So no. More scrabs. Thank you. Guilty. Next. Big Bear. Running 50k buffed up and I'm still getting 1 shot. So you're gonna have to show me your build. What's your account name? Let's have a quick look. It is important to note that Abyss Jewel is not at all mandatory for the build. Not even a little bit. Yeah, okay, so your account is private. So you'll have to fix that before anyone can look at your account. You can fix it on the website. All accounts are private by default. You have to like set them to public once, so that I don't actually know why they're like that by default. Let me finish rolling these. All magic and normal monsters in area are a union of souls. Yeah, I did that once. Can this build reach dot cap? I mean, the path of building doesn't know, but I'm already pretty confident that I'm over dot cap right now. I think I'm in the realm of 60 to 80 million DPS right now, with dot cap being like a secondary thing. Like, I think I'm doing more hit damage than I am doing dot damage while being dot capped. But it's just a guess, because Path of Building doesn't have any clue how much damage we're doing at all. There's no idea. Accounts are private, but some weirdos put you on your friends list, and then they'll know exactly when and where you are in the game forever. I mean, you can just block people if you know they're doing that, right? It's exclamation mark Bob, but also message redacted. Why did Why did YouTube auto ban !AG? That guy can still type, right? YouTube didn't like ban you for that, but it's the command is !Bob. But like, what the fuck? YouTube, what are you doing? Okay, my account name is, aha, here we go. There we go. Okay, so let's see what we've got here. Used to hate granite basalt. Quite a lot of armor. Yep. Quite a lot of armor, block cap, and spell block cap. Okay. I'm okay with that. 20% chance to avoid ailments. That's fine. That's all fine. That's fine. That's fine. I couldn't find your jewel. You shouldn't be looking for my jewel. My jewel is an average middle of the pack jewel. But because I'm wearing it, it is grossly overpriced. You should be looking for your own jewel. Basically, I accidentally deleted a mirror orb today. Oh. Oh, what'd you do? How? Okay, so there's two things we can do to get significantly more tanky. One, you can get an Aegis Aurora with physical taken as, like this one. It can be fire, lightning, or cold, doesn't matter. The next thing that you can do is you don't have this mastery right here, which is 10% of physical damage from hits taken as chaos. So that combined will be 18% physical damage. What the fuck are these? Yeah. Also, drop both of these mediums. They're not in any of the builds ever. Feasting Fiends is actually good. I don't mind Feasting Fiends. But there's no way you don't have like a 12-pointer in here. Like 8-pointers are... But these also do nothing. You don't need these at all. Because you've got Feasting Fiends, you already have your minions leech capped too, so you don't need this node. And if you have... you don't. So you just don't need that node. You'd need them for Animate Guardian Life now? No. Nope. Deleted my mythic orbed carnage heart with 4 anoints. How did that happen? How do you feel today? Just woke up seeing live again? Well, I went back to work this morning. So definitely better. I still have some gastric distress, but it's significantly better than it's been, and so I'm fine. You also have not enough energy shield for all of your block. This is relatively important. You've got quite a lot of armor and nowhere near enough energy shield. I think you should change your anoint to melding to get 3% of your life as extra energy shield. That'll be better. I just want to say +1 for gastric distress. Yeah, I wasn't, it hasn't been a good few days, but we're a lot better now. Also, get some fucking life. I don't know if this has room for life or not, but if it doesn't, make it. What's the minimum ES you need? I don't, so how Aegis Aurora works is it heals you for an amount of energy shield equal to 2% of the armor that you have. So while you're sitting there with 50,000 armor, that means that each time you block, you're healing yourself for 1,000 energy shield, but you only have 600, which means you're using just over half of it. Means that shield is half as effective as it could be. Now, changing to melding probably isn't going to get you to 1,000. 1,000 is pretty high, but you're going to give up a little bit of armor anyway. You probably want to try and get it to at least 800 so that every time you block, you're recovered to full, right? Yeah, other than that, you're just missing a lot of life. Like a lot of your jewels just don't have, some of your jewels just don't have life. Especially a large cluster, like an 8-pointer. This is no good. Like this is no good. You can't have, you really can't have an 8-point minion cluster. They're very worthless. Most of what we want out of these is the travel nodes. So like, I have 2 in the min-maxed area, right? But they're just 12 pointers with no notables. The notable you have is actually good because it saves you a passive point, right? Like this Feasting Fiends is actually fine to have because you can get rid of this leech node if you have that. And so it's an extra passive point back, but you don't have there's nowhere else to put your points. Like where you want to be putting your points is in cluster jewels. Like my next 3 levels will go up the back here. That'll be 2 12-point cluster jewels full. Do you want to level Desecrate in DD builds? You must level Desecrate in DD builds.
I need more mana.
That's also where like a fairly decent chunk of my life comes from, is these cluster jewels, right? Like that's 11 flat life per point on this wheel. And then down here, these ones have 12 flat life per point. Which doesn't sound like a lot, right? Oh, it's 12 life. Who cares? But then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's actually 120 life here and 110 life here when I finish filling those up. What do you swap that Leech Mastery for? The +8 max res? If your minions are res capped, yes. If they're not, you just free up a point that you don't need anymore. That's all. Most of us probably don't have res capped minions because you need to get like 1 bone ring implicit and also a minions have all resistance roll to res cap them. Have empty ritual vessels. Here you go. That one should be fine. Next. Ooh, minus 20 to all max res. But it's got so much more scarabs on it. I'm just gonna die a bunch. Yeah, it's gonna be like 40 to 45 max res. Helps me with res. Yeah, I'm alright with that. Which tattoos are you using? I'm using some anti-bleed tattoos because I have corrupting blood immunity on one of these jewels, so now I'm also bleed immune from some of those. I'm using one chance to maim tattoo because of my new modifier on my ghastly jewels. For enemies maimed by you, take 5% increased damage over time. And then the rest of them are armor. It could be the new, it's just ridiculously tanky. It's basically the same build as Poison SRS. The two attacks a second, my weapon feels so much better now. Oh yeah. What shield is that? It's just an Aegis Aurora. It's just got a cosmetic on it. Just a cool looking cosmetic for an Aegis Aurora. This is what I'm using as Plaguebringer better. I mean, Plaguebringer's better because it's 10% reduced damage taken, 10% increased damage done, and 30% area. But Commander also solves a bunch of res problems, so it's okay to start with Commander until you've got really good gear and you don't need that res anymore. How'd you craft your weapon? Skillfully. You know what? Let's actually just keep doing those because I want to finish this level before I go farming tier 17s again. Boom. Plus level support and Dialas. Both are very important. Both are very important, but hitting breakpoints is more important. Exclamation mark relic for the breakpoints. If using it in a green socket hits you another breakpoint, it is by far better. If it doesn't hit you another breakpoint, then it's worthless. Exclamation mark Bob. Yes, that is what I'm wearing, but you can only really use Mark of the Stitch Demon once you've Forbidden Flesh and Flame of 5th Ascendancy, which is part of the min-max setup. So, exclamation mark Bob. first ring is actually insane. Yeah, I actually got so much over res cap so that I could take the minus res altars. So that I could run whatever content I want and be able to take the altars that say minus res. Like those. Over something like a 1 skill like KB. It's just way better. Like way better. Like miles above every other skill in the game. It currently shoots 14 projectiles that auto-target, pierce all targets, and then return. And it like aim assists, and it does it over time. So like when you attack, if you look carefully, attack once, and like attacks just keep going. Like it's just way better than any other trigger skill in the game. Flip Phase of Flood Chaos, they're exactly the same. Exactly the same. They both do exactly the same thing. And then this build to respec from Barma. Never played Barma. Don't know. I know it's a lot smoother than Barma. Pantheons you're running? Brian King and Aberath. We're looking here for just 8 mods. Just not minus max and at least 85% quant. I can run everything else in the game. I can run minus max too, to be honest. It's just that minus max really feels, I don't know. I feel like I die to minus max maps more often than I'd like. Okay, it's expensive this league. I don't think they're like exceptionally expensive or anything. Find reduced armor scarier. I've got like 30,000 armor, so I assume that with a reduced armor map I'll still be fine. I never checked. How do you keep him alive? So I've done like 3 full days of tier 17 farming, and I have had Bob die twice, and I couldn't have really stopped it either time. He's like, he's just gonna die. Like if you do a tier 17, he probably won't. He's pretty tanky, but like he will die. If you just keep farming tier 17s, he will die. Yeah, Union of Souls will fuck him. That's one mod. That'll kill him in a heartbeat. I honestly think they should just make it so that you can re-summon your Animate Guardian, but only in your hideout or something. Like, you shouldn't have to regather all the gear. It's just kind of ridiculous. Union of Souls is generally fucked to seem excessive. I mean, I finished the map that Union of Souls was in. I'm fine with Union of Souls. It's like a little slower, but it's fine. Yeah, that's what minion builds need. More fucking gem sockets.
More mana.
Oh, but the Abomination, which is the longest map. That's the one I did it on.
What have you got for me today, exile?
Not because I was dying, but because Bob was. Yeah. It's a really out of place, outdated and stupid and frustrating mechanic. No one once has ever had their Animate Guardian die and lost all the gear and been like, yeah, I see what I did wrong there. That's my bad. That was my fault. No one's ever felt that. Every single Animate Guardian that's ever died, the person running it's gone, fucking god damn it, Bob died again, piece of shit. Every time. It's just not fun. There's been plenty of times where you've died and you felt like, oh, that was my fault. Silly me, shouldn't have done that. But never when Bob dies. Never. What farming strategy can be done in Exsanguinate with a mage blood can't run tier 17s? I have no idea.
You are rotting from the inside out.
You died as well. With better gear. Oh, I mean, I haven't failed the tier 17 map yet. My Bob has died, but I haven't failed a map. I've done all the tier 17 maps. Just unsuck it, Bob, to finish your map. It's fine. You just gotta roll it real easy. What are you using, Bob? Exclamation mark, Bob. Almost lost some twice already. Sure already went forward. Yep. If you're gonna run tier 17s exclusively, or at least for a while, it could be worth just swapping the Animate Guardian gem for Raised Spectres and just bringing 2 Spectres with you, because at least they're like expendable, easily replaceable. You can run a Pale, Sephirim, and an Arena Master. Roll for the poison 100% because I'd like to use Mage Blood instead. I mean, I think putting a Mage Blood on any minion build makes it worse, but you can get 100% without a belt, I think. You'd have to do things a bit differently. You have a +2 draw freeze. And 21 Spectre, that's 3 Spectres. True. True. The light circles of Holy Relic do chaos damage. I mean, technically they do physical damage, but we then convert to full chaos. But yes. Didn't appear to give me any sort of challenge. I'm running using chieftains because I don't know where to get the other specters. Get them from global 6666. You can just get them from other people's hideouts. the easiest way. Oh, hey. You know what we should be watching? You know what we should be doing? Where are you, buddy? Want to watch this thing? I think we do. Opinion on the best budget build that can crush endgame. I mean, before I put the video out, I would have said this one. It's now significantly more expensive. Maybe Cock DD. I need your help. Like me, a good kinetic blast / bolt Deadeye. No, I don't have one. Cock DD is nuts. Yeah, it's basically the exact same playstyle as this build, but less damage and more tanky. It's still really good damage because this damage is disgusting. So like, still really good damage and also cheaper. All right, tell me how you guys can hear this well or not.
Everyone in the chat, allow me to explain what's going on. The biggest question I can see in the chat so far is, who is Jonathan? So, Jonathan, introduce yourself to all the lovely people.
Everyone hear that fine? Also, can we just... I don't want to be weird about it, but Josh Strife Hayes' voice. I want to listen to him read me a whole book. I want him to read me an entire book. I need him to read everything that I ever read. I want his voice to come out of the book I open.
So my name is Jonathan Rogers, and I'm the game director on Path of Exile 2.
Path of Exile 2. Now, I quite like Path of Exile 1, so I've got a list of questions that I'd like to ask you about Path of Exile 2. Is that okay?
Absolutely, go for it.
Fantastic. Now, everyone in my chat, allow me to just explain. There's something special about this interview. I have a thing on my stream where I don't ever want my audience to be overwhelmed, but I also don't want them to be underwhelmed. I'd like them to be whelmed. So I'd like people to leave this interview saying, that was an interview that happened with Jonathan. That's the energy that we're going for. Okay, with that, nothing too great. So no secrets, nothing amazing. Jonathan, you've already done like 4 or 5 of these interviews. How have they gone so far?
I'm pretty happy with them. Honestly, I could just talk about random topics all day. Like, I'm a bit of a talker, honestly. So,
you don't say.
Yeah, like, just feel free. Like, we don't have to even talk about PoE2 if you want. We could just talk about random game development topics. I'll just talk endlessly. So, you know, whatever you're
I'll bet he could too.
In that case, Jonathan, let's talk about temporary buff items, because I was playing Fallout New Vegas recently. So everyone in my chat has just gone mad because they know exactly where this line of thinking is going to. Allow me to explain what we're gonna do with this. I like Path of Exile 1. I want to know about Path of Exile 2. I've got a list of questions from the community and a couple of questions that I have written myself that I want to pose to you. However, I am very aware that all of the interviews you've done already have been with very high level, very enfranchised, very skillful players who understand the minutiae of this game far more than I do. So I want to keep these questions to more of a high-level game design overview perspective. You okay with that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right, cool. Let's go with the first question I saw on the... For those of you watching this video, by the way, I have edited it so you're going to see the questions appear on the screen. Jonathan is not going to see that, so he's kind of working with less information. The first question that I saw on the Path of Exile 2 subreddit is, when you said, I'm going to do an interview with Josh Strife Hayes. Everyone responded, who is Josh Strife Hayes?
Who the fuck is that?
People
Yeah.
want to see and hear about new content and not have yet another interview with a total random guy unrelated to Path of Exile. That is a fair point, Path of Exile forums. So, I love video games in general. I've made a lot of my career reviewing and critiquing MMORPGs, and while I wouldn't necessarily class Path of Exile as an MMORPG, I would class it as an online RPG that can be played with other people, and I enjoy doing that. So, I am just a guy that makes videos, and I've been doing that for many years. Jonathan, why should people care that you are making Path of Exile 2? What do you bring to the table? Boast about yourself, Jonathan.
This is a that's a hard one, honestly, because I think I've always just had the opinion of myself that I'm just some random guy. Like, I honestly, in fact, it's kind of scary to think, but as I look around the office, that I'm one of the people who is the most experienced in here, in this room at this point. I've always sort of felt myself being the kind of the random youngster who kind of,
I don't do
managed
carries.
to somehow get a job working in game development. And so, yes, it's very weird to kind of have this strange, like, oh, suddenly I'm looking around, I'm like, oh, crap, I'm actually experienced and I'm supposed to know what I'm doing at this point. So, yeah, hopefully I actually have some idea. But I think that probably one of the main skills that I have, and one of the main skills that I think any good game designer needs to have, is actually just an eye to know when things are wrong. And this is a thing that is one of the hardest skills to develop, and one of the most important skills to develop, because if you can see what's wrong, then you can take stuff that other people have made and make it good. And I think that that's actually...
Wait. I have a hard time with this Josh Strife dude. Are you kidding me? I could listen to Josh Strife read the ingredients off the back of my cereal carton. Have you heard this dude speak? He could read the ingredients of the back of a cereal carton and I would listen to it. I'll probably play it again.
Really, really important, just by removing all the bad. And so that's a quite an important thing. But one kind of horrible thing about it is that it means that when you play every other game, if your sense for brokenness is tuned to an absolute peak, it can make the experience rather unpleasant, because all you see is the jank, and all I'm looking through when I'm playing things is just how horrible this is. So yeah, that's kind of, I think, probably where one of my main skills is just seeing when things are bad and then saying, okay, like, we need to fix this problem. And it honestly, it seems like a simple thing, but it is quite a surprisingly difficult thing to get a skill for.
So when this project was started, they all looked around and said, we're about to make one of the most ambitious, potentially largest ARPGs on the market. Who can we, task with this incredible responsibility? And then someone just went, Jonathan's got an eye for making stuff isn't shit. He'll be okay with it. He's free for the next couple of years. Throw him on it. And you just kind of ended up there. And now you're guiding a team to make this game. What's it like going from seeing yourself as just the kind of kid in the corner to the guy that's now responsible for a game that hundreds of thousands of people are pretty hyped for? No pressure, Jonathan, but it's all on you.
It is very scary, and I think it's also very scary because there's this whole sort of legacy of PoE that we have to make sure is respected as well as something like that. But at the same time, I tend to be this kind of person who's just like, if things aren't working, I'm kind of like, this is crap, we need to do something about it, regardless of how hard it might be, regardless of how important that people might think the current way it works is. We need to be able to do something about that. And so that kind of means that you get into these like moments that are quite difficult with team members and all sorts of stuff, but also then worrying with the community, right? What's the community going to think of this when we talk about how this works? So like that can be really, really concerning. And yeah, I think with PoE 2, like the hope is, of course, that you announce some stuff and it's just like, oh, everyone just loves immediately everything you're doing. But because we're mostly talking at this point to an existing community of PoE 1 players, there's a large amount of skepticism from some of them about the kind of changes they make, that we're making. And so I think that we did like an event recently,
I think fairly
and
so.
I think that the people who played the game did mostly get a pretty good, like, favorable impression of the kind of thing that we're doing. But it's certainly the case that if you just tell people, you know, like, here's the kind of changes we have to make the game good, they don't necessarily sound like the kind of things that a PoE 1 player immediately is like, oh yeah, that's the great thing. I mean, we can obviously present certain features, right? We can do that kind of thing, but it's like the big kind of like thing that everyone's like, oh, you're slowing the game down. That's like a huge thing that people
Yes,
often
it is.
talk
Yes,
about.
it is.
You know, so that's the kind of stuff that, like, making these kinds of decisions is tough. So I feel like I sort of went slightly off topic there, but either way, that's
we're
kind of
going to
the
do a lot
thing
of
that
off-topic stuff. I've got questions that will
for
just go
sure.
rambling, because for everyone in the chat, by the way, there's a couple of there's about 1,500 people so far just joining us to have this chat. Jonathan is responsible for guiding the kind of game development of Path of Exile 2. I very much enjoy Path of Exile 1, and we both enjoy gaming systems, so we're going to be talking about lots of different things. But as I said earlier, Jonathan has already done a lot of these interviews with players and content creators who are far more knowledgeable about the game than I am. So I need to ask more general questions, because I tend to come at things from the kind of perspective of the casual player, the everyman, if you will. The guy that just about scrapes by killing Katava after dying
if
7 or 8 times and running back in. And
you,
don't
I'd
worry,
be
we'll get to
fucked.
things like Righteous Fire and Detonate Dead later. There's a question on that. If in the chat right now you have a question that you would like me to ask to Jonathan about anything to do with either Path of Exile 1, Path of Exile 2, or general gaming stuff,
Actually, I wouldn't
please make
be.
sure that you type it in. So the first question of who are we has now been pretty much established. I'm just a guy that plays games, and I love the fact that chat has said you have the energy of a guy that didn't know he was going for a job interview, wandered into the kind of game development room, and now you're in charge. And you just haven't corrected anyone yet. You've just gone with it, and you've been like, okay, we're here now. Let's just make a game.
That's great.
I like
That's
that.
so
That's pretty good.
accurate.
You know, I actually did want to be a game developer even when I was a kid. Like, I really did. It's funny, 'cause, like, it is actually not a job I randomly walked into. I did, you know, it's funny. Even when I was 10 years old, I knew I wanted to be a game developer. It's one of those things that
That's so
like,
accurate,
at that
though.
point, I kind of actually lost all interest in pretty much any other subject of school or anything else like that. And I was just like, you know what? I'm being a game developer. I don't need to care about all of this other, you know, random stuff in school. This is what I'm doing. So it was kind of always one of those things. And to me, it was all about, like, where am I going to find that opportunity? And Chris, I met when I was probably about, how old would I have been? 13, something like that. He was also someone who was very interested in game development. So I kind of just latched onto him. He was actually a bit older than I was. And then at the point where he was getting to the point where he thought we could maybe start a game studio, I was kind of already there, you know, being friends with him. And I was kind of like, you know what,
idea. Let's do it.
I need to be, I need to be part of that. And so the initial, like, the start of our company, like, Chris was very much the one who had the vision of what it was that we were going to make, and I just knew that I wanted to be a game developer. Like, that was my thing. I just knew that that was my one shining star, that is what I'm going to do with my life. And so and as I said, Chris was the one who was like, you know, here's a game that we can make that's going to be extremely successful. And I was like, you know what, I mean, certainly I am a big fan of Diablo 2, but if you were to ask me what my favorite games were at that time, it wasn't at the top of the list, surprisingly.
What was?
Probably Half-Life at the time.
Choice.
I would say, or maybe StarCraft. I mean, these are
Again,
just like
good
late
choice.
90s bangers, right? Like, you know.
It is hilarious to hear it. Oh no. Oh no, hang on. Alright, I gotta destroy this. Uh-oh. Anticipation, frenzy charge, sovereignty, and res. Okay. Okay. Ah, it's gone. It's gone. Boy.
No, they're just the games that everyone loved. But like those are two. Final Fantasy VII as well, probably. But yeah, I mean, we're
Yes,
talking about
Final
like,
Fantasy
those three,
VII.
I would say, from my childhood.
I mean, the
those are
reason I've
games
got
that I
Strife as a kind of middle pseudonym is because I loved
Right,
Cloud
right.
Strife so much in the Final Fantasy VII game. That's where it came
Nice.
from. I absolutely adored that. And we're going to get onto a question later about what childhood games have kind of inspired choices that you've made in game development, whether it's a good choice or a bad choice specifically. But there's a really
Keep your magic
important
find characters
question
ready.
in the chat right now that we need to address is what is on your shirt? Because people are loving the design on the front of it.
Right, it's a T-shirt that was actually designed by one of the Path of Exile community.
Okay.
So based on the map.
UG King, thank you for the T1 sub.
And basically the it's just a but it's obviously we have like various sort of Maori design in the game quite a lot, and so the T-shirt just is kind of like of that nature. And yeah, I'm a fan. It's actually my favorite T-shirt. But it was designed by one of the fans of PoE1. I think we had a competition or something like that, and it was I think it was for sale at ExileCon.
Is this a meat sack thing? I mean, Rogue Exiles are only like 10C. Surely you get more than 10C of scarabs out of an exile. Like, would you really meat sack that? I think you just exile it. There's nothing for me to change though.
Something like that. I don't know. Actually, like my wardrobe at this point pretty much consists entirely of Path of Exile T-shirts. I have
Can we get a
literally
min-max guide? I'll be doing that tonight.
literally nothing else. So every day I just pick another one up. Off
At the next convention, we just see you scavenging around all of the boxes of shirts. Be like, this will do me for the year. This will hold me.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, my wardrobe just looks like that scene out of Dragon Ball Z. It's literally just hanging up white shirts and waistcoats. It's the same outfit repeatedly. So I totally get that.
Right.
We've gone through one question. We've been here 15 minutes. It's going good. We've got quite a few left to go. Guys, if in the chat, if you do want to ask questions, please feel free to ask, and we will. I'll try and get them through. Let's go to the next question, which is super important. Question one, technically, because now we've kind of established who we are. This is a very important question to kind of set the vibe of the entire interview. How's your day going?
It's okay. Could be better. Bit of sleep deprivation. You know, I've got a 4-year-old. It can be the kids can be tough, but you know, pretty good overall, I would say.
Sweet, I appreciate that. That's good. Now we've set the vibe for it. Let's go to the next very important question. Question 2. Why Path of Exile 2? Why not just make a big expansion of Path of Exile 1? What actually required you guys to say we need a whole new game instead of just making an expansion?
So Path of Exile 2 really is the most absurd feature creep story that ever existed in the world, honestly. So the very first thing that happened was, okay, what is currently the worst thing about Path of Exile? And the thing that we said that we weren't liking was actually melee combat.
I think
unhappy.
question 7 is why do you hate melee? So we'll get to that eventually.
We were very unhappy. It's like, well, why is the melee combat bad? Well, the reason it's bad is because it's very hard for us to make new melee skills. Well, why is it hard for us to make new melee skills? Well, the reason for that is because the rigs for the characters were literally the first thing that got made back at the very beginning in 2007, very early 2007. And so they are the oldest assets in the game. And not only that, but they were made by someone who wasn't exactly a world-class rigger at the time. You know what I mean? Like, we were a studio with like a few people in New Zealand. It's not like we had access to like all of these, you know, things. So that sort of core thing, the character rig, was something that was made at the earliest point with the least experience. And the problem with character rigs is not only did we have a character rig that was made that way, but we also had a different one for every character class, which means that every animation you make, you have to make 7 times.
What was the benefit of having a different rig for every class? Did the differences facilitate that?
There wasn't one. We just didn't think about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's that simple. It's that simple.
So,
yeah, all right.
I know there's that joke about feature bloat going into Path of Exile 1 and the fact there's just too much stuff and feature creep.
Right.
Are you saying from the very first day you had different rigs for different classes with no real reason to have that?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
absolutely.
we've started. That's the foundation. The game is built on too much stuff. This is beautiful.
Yep.
Sorry, carry
Absolutely.
on. Why do we need a whole new game instead of an expansion?
That's hilarious.
So then, where and the problem with this as well is that so all of your armors in the game are rigged to those character rigs, right? So not only if you want to change this, not only do you have to redo all the armors in the game and all the character animations as well, but like it's just a huge task. So the first thing we set out to do was, okay, even though this is a huge task, even though it's going to take us a really long time, we're going to remake these character rigs. And then when we did that, and we started seeing the animation that we could do on the new rigs, we're like, okay, well this looks a lot better, but one of the other issues that we've got is that the beginning of the game also just looks really old. We really should do some refreshing of the art. So then Eric set out and he's like, we're gonna do some refreshes of this art and try to make the beginning of the game look better again. And it only took a little bit of time doing that before we're like, okay, well, if we're making new areas, we might as well not bother just remaking the previous areas. What we really should do is make some new areas, because then, that will be new content and it takes the same amount of effort anyway. So we might as well.
Did you do the math between this setup and a +1 all chest to level 4 enhances scale better with +1 to all? I don't know if that math is capable of being done, because Path of Building doesn't know how much damage we do at all, and we can't get the base numbers for this minion anywhere. They don't exist. Literally no one, including Path of Building, has any idea what the base damage numbers are for this minion. So the only thing we've got to go on really is try it and see how it feels. That's it. That's all that we can give you.
We'll just do that. So then we're like, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to make an alternative Act 1 that you can play instead of Act 1 in the game. So, or even what we'll do is we thought maybe we'll replace Act 1 with another version of it, like that you start somewhere else, and we've got and effectively these and it worked like this. So we're sort of doing that, and then eventually we got to the point where we realized that we really wanted to make a whole new campaign.
Yes.
Because the old campaign really was starting to show its age. Like, we could do a lot better now, all this sort of stuff. So we just sort of went along this way, and that point where we're like, we're going to make a new campaign, that was where we ended up when we announced PoE 2 initially, where it was going to be the same game but with 2 campaigns.
So your
and
solution
then from there,
to the game containing too much stuff was to make more stuff for the game.
Absolutely,
But
absolutely.
guys,
Always
we made way too much stuff.
Why did
when we
Josh
started
get quiet?
this. We've made it difficult for ourselves. So what we're going to do is make far more stuff,
There we go.
and then it'll be, it'll be better. We'll dig ourselves out of this hole by digging more hole, and eventually you realized we've just got a second game on our hands now.
Exactly. It literally was the point where we're like, we're remaking everything. The actual moment of we have to change.
Is it worth it to reduce my relic from 30 to 39 to replace added with vile toxins? The answer is I have no idea. I can only tell you that early when I tested it, it wasn't worth it. And the better gear I got, the more worth it became. And at some point, it's clearly better. When that point is, I don't know. Because again, we have zero information on these minions. Absolutely zero. We don't know their health numbers. We don't know their damage numbers. We know nothing. Path of Building doesn't know it. The wiki doesn't know it. PoEDB doesn't know it. We have zero data. At some point, vile toxins became better. I don't know when.
Change from making an expansion to PoE 1 to making it as PoE 2 is just separate, was just the point where we realized that things were changing so much that we couldn't even really viably patch it into Path of Exile 1 without it causing significant problems in the community. Just that migration would have been absolutely insane. And so then okay, so effectively Path of Exile 2 is a weird cancerous growth from PoE 1 that kind of metastasized into its own entity in a way, which doesn't sound like the most amazing birth of a game project ever, but surprisingly that is kind of how it
looking
works.
at this and going, we can fix this. We can design more stuff and fix this and it'll be great. That is, by the way, that is going to be the quote that the chat take and run with. And that's why Jonathan's in charge of this, because he will make memorable quotes for this game. For anyone who's just joining us in the stream, we've now got 2,500 people hanging out with us. Jonathan's the game developer, game designer, the kind of lead of Path of Exile 2, and I'm a guy that likes games, so I'm asking him lots of questions. However, I am aware... Jonathan, how many of these interviews have you done so far? You spoke to Preach, you've spoken to Zizaran.
Yeah, I don't know, probably about 5. I don't know. I'm not actually keeping that too hard of a count on it.
You just turn up and give you a
5.
microphone, you just speak to whoever's there, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much. I mean,
so they've given you a couple of interviews so far, lots of stuff. Spoke to Darth Microtransactions. I've watched lots of these. There was a try. That was really good. It was these people have asked you so many in-depth questions, and we need to kind of vary away from the super in-depth, because not everyone is a super in-depth hardcore and franchise player. Some people are just casuals. Some people care about you
It's
as
not,
a person.
I'm
So,
stupid!
let's go
Exclamation
on.
mark, Bob.
The answer to Path of Exile, why is a Path of Exile 2 required, is the scope of what you did was just so massive that you wouldn't have been able to integrate it back into Path of Exile 1 even if you wanted to.
Sure.
Okay, cool. Let's go to question 3, a really important question. Could you beat Chris Wilson in a fist fight?
Ooh, no.
No.
Chris wins.
Definitely
Come on,
not,
Jonathan, I'm
actually.
rooting for you here. I've got some
He
money
did
on this. I
martial
need to know.
arts.
Here's the thing. Chris, when he was younger, did martial arts. So that's
Right.
definitely pointed to his favor. That's that. He's definitely got that on me. I've never done anything like that.
Okay.
He also goes to the gym now very frequently.
Oh, it's Chris Hench. Next
so,
time we see him, Chris is just massive and buff.
So,
I love
yeah,
that.
I think he's probably got me beat on that one, honestly. I think he's also just taller. That's always a
Chris
always
Swole.
always a bonus.
Okay, so the next time there's
So,
going
yeah.
to be any kind of Path of Exile convention and you have the PoE 1 and the PoE 2 kind of armies running at each other with Chris leading one, I'm ensuring he's still there, are you going to be running at the front of the PoE 2 boys as well? We need to know that you've got us, that you're supporting us, Jonathan. I need to know that I'm following you.
Well, I mean, I'm game for anything, but
Okay,
yes.
fantastic, excellent. What we do after the interview is up to us.
Okay, hang on. Possibility for Hollow Relic, you go with the Ashes and added Chaos instead of Enhance. Why not push to 128 CDR, having that extra damage when added from the extra trigger? Because to push to that 128, you either need to get a +1 all, which at the time of making that video was like 200 and something div instead of 20, or you need a level 5 Woke Enhance, which is 250 div. So both outcomes to push to 128 cost more than the entire build from head to toe. That's why.
Okay, question 3, that was very important. Could Jonathan beat Chris Wilson in a fight? Answer, probably not, because Chris has trained and is going to the gym. Jonathan, what's your favourite class in the game?
In PoE 2 or PoE 1?
Let's start with PoE 1, then go on to 2.
Ranger. It's always Ranger.
In PoE 1, I'd say it's the Ranger.
Why? Is it because melee sucks?
Yeah.
Yes. that is the reason.
Yeah, it is.
There was no hesitation at all with that answer.
Right. And in PoE 2, I would say it's the monk. And I think I've actually answered this about this before, but it's effectively because it was the first time when I feel like we actually managed to get melee not to suck.
Okay, so you're playing it like,
and so
this is what it should be like. This is how it should work.
Yes,
this is
exactly. Yes, that's when I felt like we finally hit something. So yeah, that's kind of the reason why that. But that being said, like I mean, every one that we make new, I'm like, I start to appreciate again the most.
Oh, that's
but
great.
I still think monk is really where my heart is.
I love, I've just got this image in my head now. I love this of you playing Path of Exile 1 for so long before you finally throw the controller at him like, melee sucks, I'm going to make a whole new game. And then you just, this ended up from it and you were like, that's how it should be. Your personal goal was just to make this class that worked.
But it really is though. Like my actual goal is like, you know, I will keep making Path of Exile until we have arrived at a game that I actually think is perfect in each respect. You know, like so long as there's still something I'm unhappy with, then I'm gonna keep on going. You know what I mean? Like I don't feel like we managed to get things perfect in PoE in PoE 1.
That's a good attitude to have. I like that.
So you know that's why we're doing this.
All right, cool. So we've
Fuck, that
answered
was
question
funny.
3. Let's go on to question 4. I think a lot of people, and this is about hardcore content versus casual content, the kind of ultra end game 1% versus the vast majority of people just installing it. I think a lot of people, whenever they're in that kind of echo chamber of high-level gameplay, whether it's Reddit or Twitch or forums, because if you're watching on Twitch right now, chances are you're already one of the more enfranchised players. But from every game that I've looked at, every game designer that I've spoken to, the vast majority of a player base is always a casual player base. They're not actually seeing the ultra-hardcore, ultra-high-level stuff. They see the start, they see most of the middle bit, and then maybe they get to the end and kill the final boss. So how much of the game development time is based on casual content versus ultra-hardcore content? And how can you
That's a dangerous
effectively
question, my dude.
work with both groups of players?
That's a
So
dangerous
I guess
question.
I wouldn't necessarily stratify them into two groups. It really is much more of a spectrum. And so then the question really then becomes is, okay, so presumably we want to make it so the game gets harder as you go through it. Although that isn't a given, right? Like we could make a game which is approximately even difficulty through the whole game. And I think that that is actually what a lot of games do target. But because we sort of have an end game and we want to have it so that...
Who is Josh Strife and should I know him? It's not surprising that you don't know him. He's not a PoE specific content creator, but he is a very, very large content creator, and he does make very, very good content about all sorts of games and big game reviews, and is like super, super well respected in that regard. I believe his main focus is like MMOs, but he does all sorts of things. He is just very good, very reliable, very big, and also in the most respectful way ever. Very good looking. I just...
There's a lot of room for growth of your skill because and to get into why that is for a second, because of the fact that we want to have a game where you can come back and play league upon league. And so we want to kind of have like a skill ceiling that is high enough that it can survive that process. We want to have eventually get to the point where the game becomes hard enough that most people can't get through it.
Okay.
Right? Now, where should that place be? That is a tricky
I would
one.
say it's going to be probably after the final, story beat, if you will, after the
Certainly
final
after that,
narrative
yes.
beat.
Certainly after that. Then the question is, how far into endgame is it? You want people to get to endgame and play endgame certainly a certain amount. Now, I don't have a real answer for you exactly where this point should be per se, but what I would say is that as the game continues, that point has kind of like for PoE 1, that point has kind of crept up a bit. Like the expectation of how high through the content that a player expects to be able to get has increased, and that's actually caused some kind of effects that are maybe annoying is the wrong word, but like it kind of has changed like a little bit, like the way that that we've had to design things. So the expectation, I suppose you might say, is that and I use this word very loosely, that a casual player should be able to get all the way up to kind of like T16 maps and complete them and have that be fine. And what that means is that, yeah, like as I said, it kind of breaks a little bit of the sort of design that you want to try and do, because you want that difficulty scale somewhat linearly.
Yes,
but
exclamation
what we've
mark
ended up with is
Discord.
this weird
There's a help me channel.
knee in the curve where like the game goes from like kind of a relatively, well, once again, flat is the wrong word, flat relatively speaking, difficulty curve, to this point where suddenly you get to the very end of the end game and everything just becomes like shockingly difficult. And I don't know that I'm quite happy with that, but I also don't know what we can quite do about it. It's a little bit tricky.
See, to me, there were those two kind of casual moments in the Path of Exile 1 narrative where the first one is you fight Kitava, and the second one is you effectively kill Kitava, and you lose 25% of your resistances kind of permanently. That is almost a kind of hard step down in player power, a hard step up in difficulty.
Right.
Like as soon as you complete this content, the 30%, thank you in chat, as soon as you do this content, the rest of the content is going to be, you're going to find it more difficult, even if it's exactly the same difficulty as it was before, because your character is weakened specifically. And it's such unless you've specifically built around this, which you would only know to do if you were a returning player or a more hardcore player using the wiki, unless you'd built around this incoming weakness, that's a moment of difficulty. Do you think that is a smooth moment of difficulty, or do you think there's a way that you can do that better?
So I'll first talk about the reason why we do that at all. So there's one of these things where
This will be interesting because I always thought that this was fine until just we started getting into Last Epoch. And they have the same sort of idea, right? The higher level content you go into, the weaker your character is, basically, right? Like things do more damage to you, etc. Except theirs is on like this slow sliding scale that also doesn't represent itself on the character sheet, which feels actually good because I don't feel like I got any weaker. I feel like the content got harder, even though realistically what's happening as you go up in levels is that monsters are continually penetrating more of your resistances, including your physical resistance. You don't even really know that as a player. It just, harder content feels more difficult. I think that works better.
A lot of game designers, if you want to have something like resistances, and you want it so that throughout the game you can get more and more of these resistances, so by effectively the amount of you get gear which has more and more resistance on it, like you want numbers to go up, as it were, then effectively you need to find some way to make it so that there's some form of diminishing returns in the calculation, because if we just had percentages and you could just go up forever, you'd either reach you'd either have to give such small amounts at the beginning of the game that the differences that feels irrelevant. Like, if you get an item that's like 2% fire resistance, you're like, well, screw that. What's the point of this? You know what I mean? It's useless. That sucks, definitely. So we want you to actually have a reasonable numbers at the beginning. So we want you to get up to numbers like, therefore, 75% at the beginning of, like somewhat not too far into the game. What we can do then, one way to solve this, which is the way we have, is that we can just effectively have resistance penalties that get taken off every now and then. But the other way that other games do it is they have ratings. And an example of a rating is something that we do have, is something like armor, where it's just a number that doesn't have any inherent meaning, but there's an equation somewhere that backs what that does, and we can put whatever complexity we want into that, although ideally it's not too insane, but like we can put complexity behind that that can get us to the right numbers. So a game can have, like you get like 30 armor at the start of the game, and that feels like it means something as far as reducing the damage your character takes. And then you can also get 1,000 armor late in the game, and it also has some effect, and that's sort of compatible as well. So that's the rating approach. And games actually more and more, like game designers love ratings because you can just use them to effectively get whatever curve you want. It's controllable. You just give out a certain amount of stuff, and it all kind of works. But the problem is, I kind of don't like them, because they don't feel real. Like if I was giving you like lightning resistance points that like 16 lightning resist points that kind of weren't inherently tied to anything particularly, then that would, I feel, just be a worse experience. Like you understand what you're getting when you get 16% lightning resist. And sure, there's some things where you get penalties later on, but like inherently the stat is easy to understand. And for some reason it's okay when you're talking about armor points, and you can just accept that and it feels intuitive, but yet it wouldn't if you're getting lightning resistance points. Like it just doesn't feel the same. So we only ever use ratings if they just kind of have this strange feeling of it's just somehow okay. And I don't really know quite how to say when one is versus the other, but that's how we feel about it. So that's the reason why we have this. So we need some way to decrease your resistances. Now, the next thing I want to say is that one thing I actually like is that, and this is more of a thing when you're talking about going between one act to another. When you go from one act to another, I like there to be a feeling of, I guess, tension and release, where you do have a different experience when you go from one act to the other, where like, okay, normally this is the opposite direction of what you just said, right? Like it gets hard up towards the end of Act 1, and you get to the beginning of Act 2 and it's a bit easier again, just because like, you sort of get that experience. So that doesn't necessarily gel very well with the whole like taking resistances away from your character, but like there is this thing of like of if we like, so another thing we could have done, for example, with the resistance thing is like every level we just slowly reduce your resistance, but I think that that's just technically worse than having a moment where it happens, because like as I said, when you're changing from one experience to another, having the feeling of like, okay, now I was having to deal with this, now I'm having to deal with that, like it's just that more sort of binary thing that occurs is just a better feel. So I guess that's just sort of a nebulous cloud of thoughts that I have around this. Around this issue. So that's kind of why it is, and like why we did it this way as opposed to another way. As for is it a good idea to do that as you get into maps, I guess I must have at some point felt like it was, because we certainly decided to do that. But I would say that the intention behind this is not so much to say to the player, hey, you're going into endgame, now I'm going to screw you.
Enjoy your punishment.
The intention is more around, we need to solve this problem with increasing stats, and we need some good way to deliver that. Where are we going to do it? So I guess that is maybe a somewhat unsatisfactory answer to the question of why.
It's a complex thing. I mean, Path of Exile is the amount of questions we're having in the chat, I can see we've had 2,000 people raid. We're up to about 5,000 people hanging out and watching you answer these questions now, which is fantastic. But to me, Path of Exile has, and we'll get onto this specifically later, a lot of complexity creep, a lot of feature creep. And when you talk about the fact that there is an algorithm somewhere, there is a kind of calculation that takes into account armor value, that takes into account all those other numbers. I almost picture that in the office you open a door to like a side office where originally there was maybe a server or a computer that was working out all these calculations, but it's so incredibly complicated now that when you open that door, it's just this kind of pulsating void of energy that kind of runs the game, and no one's entirely sure how every armor value works. It just does work, and we hope that it stays like that.
There is a person who basically understands how it all works. Mark 1, as he's called, because he was the first Mark we hired as opposed to the second Mark we hired. He actually, I would say, has probably one of the more encyclopedic knowledges of how all of that stuff works. And there is an absurd amount of stats in PoE, like truly absurd. I would say a number, but I'm probably out of date. But it wouldn't even surprise me if the number was over 50,000 stats. It might even be up to 100,000 stats at this point.
So I picture him just sitting in the office now, kind of almost floating in midair
Yes,
with his
almost
legs crossed,
certainly.
and someone walks in and just goes, "What does this gem do?" And you show him, and he specifically tells you exactly how it works, combined with everything else and what it can link up with.
Pretty much, yes. He is certainly the holder of the knowledge. And the scary thing is there are so many implications at this point to change anything. Like, you change anything, and there are like 10 other things that break. And it's like, holy crap, like, just the amount of stuff that... It would be literally impossible to fully QA this game, to fully know the repercussion of every single change we make. It's honestly terrifying. And then you look at like the number of sort of economic exploits that came out of the stuff we did in the last league.
Okay.
Like a lot of that stuff was just not predictable. Like, you need the hundreds of thousands of players to find this stuff, and it's because there are stats that everyone's forgotten about. Like, you know, that there are mechanics that exist that no one even remembered that can be used as part of interaction with something.
Fucking use them on right now.
Like it really would be impossible to find everything.
No one's
So I
used
very
this in
much
years.
love the card game Magic the Gathering, and I think this actually ties into the complexity. We were talking about this briefly when we were doing a sound check before this whole stream went live. You used to play, was it drafting Lorwyn, wasn't it?
Yeah, we drafted tons at the beginning.
Now, to me, Magic the Gathering is one of those games where the more cards they bring out, they completely forget that they will interact with old cards in ways that they never imagined, because there are just so many cards. I mean, rip my boy Birthing Pod, I am still a Birthing Pod player. I know that card has to get banned because it's too powerful. And there's a couple of other games that actually took Magic the Gathering as inspiration. I think the most famous one was Guild Wars 1, which you can... Have you played Guild Wars 1 before, Jonathan?
Absolutely. In fact, it was both Chris and I played a bunch of Guild Wars 1, and we were very much... I actually took a huge amount of inspiration from that game as well, in various ways. Yeah.
So tell me, what, because for anyone in the chat who hasn't played Guild Wars 1, I love the fact that when you go back to a city or a safe zone, you can set up your character's attacks. And I believe it's almost done like a hand of cards. I think it's 7 or 8 attacks that you can give yourself, 7 or 8 skills, and then you go to the adventure zone and you use the skills to fight. And then when you go back into a city, you can change around those skills, and you can find new skills in new cities, and you can even take skills away from monsters. But ultimately, it's almost like setting up a deck of cards that you then go to fight with. And I really enjoy that. So when I see games that have taken anything from Guild Wars 1, I'm happy. If you say you've taken stuff from Guild Wars 1, talk me through it, Jonathan. In fact, let's make this broader. What video games have you played that you have stolen from for Path of Exile 2?
I mean, I think it would be hard almost to come up with a list of games I haven't stolen from at this point. Like every time we make a league, we're just blatantly cribbing mechanics from non-action RPGs and bringing them into an action RPG. So like, I mean, I tend to play a lot of different things. But I mean, yeah, like honestly, it's hard to even list them all because we're constantly on the lookout for mechanics and so on. And
can you think of any specific examples? Maybe a mechanic that you're trying to put into Path of Exile 2, or a mechanic that you are proud of that you have basically just ripped off from somewhere else? Because there's nothing new under the sun. All of my YouTube ideas were taken from other channels. I just managed to bring them all together. You steal from everything. The best way to be original is to learn how to hide your sources. That's what I was always taught. So can you give us maybe 1 or 2 examples of mechanics that maybe players did or didn't know about that you can say, we started with this that already existed?
It's honestly really hard to think about, but it's kind of weird because a lot of the time I'm looking at things and how they morphed into other things. So, for example, when we began with Harvest, obviously we were looking at, you know, like farming simulators and like Harvest Moon and this kind of thing, and looking at what we could do. And then it ended up very different. But like that's kind of where we started. And then when we started with Delve, weirdly enough, the first beginning was, okay, how can we do Minecraft? We need to do Minecraft. You know, we need to.
How can we do Minecraft?
Find a way. What
That
was
was
that gonna look like?
Delve?
And then it morphed into something that ended up being completely different than that, in like a totally different way. But a lot of these things end up that way. But I mean, more recently as well, when we're looking at, okay, so, you know, okay, here is a random feature that Path of Exile 2 will have that's not in the game right now, but we're blatantly stealing. Which is that, so I've always been stringently against damage numbers in video games. I just don't. I mean, I know there are people who love damage numbers.
I
and it's
love
like a huge
them.
thing for them. Like there's certain things, but I've always been of the opinion that they
Give them to
break the
me.
immersion, and that's all you end up looking at, and so I don't really love them. And then the other day, someone was like, "Can we do damage numbers like Elden Ring?" I'm like, "What? Elden Ring has damage numbers? What are you talking about?" And then like, yeah, the damage numbers in Elden Ring, and I'm like, "Hang on a minute."
Elden
And
Ring
then they
has
showed me a
damage
video,
numbers?
and I'm like, hang on. So there's a little number that appears at the top right of health bars that are the damage numbers. And I'm like, my goodness, this is a way to, I didn't even notice that was there. This is a way that we can do damage numbers that isn't going to break any of the problems we have. So I'm just gonna shamelessly rip that off. Path of Exile 2 will have damage numbers just like they are in Elden Ring.
The interview's worth it. We got information. Everyone in the chat right now, we've got information. This is
Yeah,
good.
so we absolutely do that. Yeah.
Wait, I'm looking. How do I find, what does that look like? Show me combat of some kind in Elden Ring so that I can show people and myself what that looks like. What if I just type Elden Ring gameplay? Have you got one? Oh, is it just that? Is that it? I mean, I'll take it. How's that gonna look when I've got 75 instances of damage happen in a second though? I mean, I'll take it. Let's not complain. Any damage numbers, please, for the love of God. Show me anything. Show me anything. Okay. I'm on board. That's cool.
So that is one of those things that we there's finally a way, and that is just a blatant like theft, right? It's just a straight up UI design. I never would have thought of it. It is something that they
You
have.
guys don't really think of UI
fits
design, so that's not shocking.
That thing. So there you go.
That
is the thing.
I've done my job.
Yep.
Fantastic. Brilliant. Everyone in the chat right now, there you go. We've got it. We've got more questions. We're going to go through them, but I'm glad that we finally got confirmation. Personally, I'm a big fan of damage numbers. I enjoy playing Vampire Survivors because it makes my brain happy to see numbers pop up.
Yeah. But we're talking about Vampire Survivors. It's like the thing you focus on the damage numbers because the actual action is like relatively
You stand there.
minimal.
You just stand there. Things happen.
Damage numbers.
So I'm guessing that you also, when you were playing either Elden Ring or Dark Souls, you kind of went, this dodge roll, that's pretty nifty. Is that how dodge rolling is gonna go?
It wasn't just that. I mean, it's not like that's the only game with dodge roll. Like the discussion for that honestly was, okay, we want to be an action game. Action games have dodge rolls. Like almost every good action game you can think of has a dodge roll. Why don't we? You know what I mean? Like we really should have this. And the same was true of active blocking as well, by the way.
Okay.
We were like,
I like active
you know,
blocking.
I
So I'm a
don't
big
like
fan
that.
of Terror before it died, and there was a class there, the Lancer class, I believe, where you could block with his shield for like 3 seconds, but during the first second of block, it was way more effective, rewarding active play. Are you saying that there's going to be something like that?
There are absolutely things like that. So we've showed active block. What we haven't shown is more of the other stuff that will probably come in later on around this. So I can't announce any of that. But There will be more, and really it just comes down to, okay, we want to be an action game. What do action games have? We really should look and seriously consider, like all of those things. I mean, so like another example with that, with the blocking as well, is that it's very, very common in any kind of action game, the games these days, to have some kind of indicator for an unblockable attack, like this kind of red flash type thing you get in games. Absolutely.
Sure.
Like it took a while to convince people that we should have something like that, but we have added it now. It's something that's in the game. So things like that, like more of those just action game mechanics are things that you need to do if you want to be taken seriously as an action game. So that's the
I
reason why
quite
we
like
have them.
indicators for unblockable attacks because, again, it's rewarding the player for paying attention to the game and then taking the correct action within the game, even if the indicator isn't necessarily a big red circle on the ground, but is the enemy model pulling back a massive hammer for a smash onto the ground, and you're thinking, yep, when he pulls the hammer back, roll out the way because I can't block that. So any kind of visual, audio kind of flourish or cue that lets a player know, hey, you should consider not being here right now.
I mean,
I'm
okay.
with that. That's quite cool.
It's kind of interesting though, because there was a weird one that came up recently where who was it? That's right, it was someone from Tencent actually, who was playing the game, and they fought against the second boss, the Devourer, and they said it was they died to it. And now, what I expect now that so we've got checkpoints in the game now. We didn't before, so when you die to the boss, you just respawn right in front of it. You just play it again very quickly.
Okay.
And the expectation when you die, for me, is that you try again, and maybe 2 more times, and then you beat it, right? Because your skills improve.
Yeah, because you learn what to do. It's repetition. It's very similar to Elden Ring again. The respawn point is almost right outside the boss because the challenge, the fun bit of the game, is the boss, not getting to the boss.
Right. But this person's expectation was, I die to the boss, so therefore I'm going to go grind some more monsters to get more powerful equipment, rather than just play the boss
Rather
again
than
until I
learn the
get good
boss.
at it.
Okay.
Huh.
And this was actually an interesting moment for me, because I hadn't considered the fact that that could be a valid reaction that a player could have to that situation. And
I mean...
then their argument was, okay, like, are you a loot game or are you an action game? And I was kind of like, well, we're both. But they said, well, if you're a loot game, then you should be able to just go and grind some loot and then use that as a way to get past a boss rather than having to get good at action. And that was their view of that. And I don't know if I fully agree with this, because to me, I feel like you need to have some level of technical skill, you might call it, of dodging and doing this kind of stuff to be able to defeat a boss, like learning the mechanics a little bit and so on. But the question is, to what extent do we embrace that? And so the question is, for the second boss of the game, should a player be able to just go grind some monsters for a while?
If the player is able to do that and it's the second boss of the game, you're effectively teaching the player that they can trivialize all the mechanics of the game by simply having a bigger number than the game wants you to have.
Correct, which is a bit of a tricky one. So yeah, I'm actually not sure what entirely to do about that, because as I said, it's not an expectation that I realized someone would have that early in the game. Like there presumably will be points where if you could be undergeared to the point where it's very difficult to do a boss. On the other hand, someone like Mark can beat a boss with extremely bad gear because he understands all the mechanics flawlessly to the point where he can dodge practically everything, and it's just a question of how long it takes to do damage after that point. So there are things like...
That's interesting. How do you deal with that? Because they're right, in a looting game, a game that's around looting, it's a fair expectation that you should be able to go and get gear and then come back and do it again. But it's also an action game. Because it's both, it feels like there's definitely some elements of get better gear will help you, and there has to also be some element of, well, even in your shit gear, if you're good, you can get through anyway. Right? Like you have to do both to some extent. Right? But that's also not something I would consider. That's not a reaction I would expect someone to have in like the second boss in the game. I would never have considered, oh, I got to, I don't know, Brutus, and Brutus kicked my shit in, so I'm just gonna farm up a prison for the next 40 minutes and get better gear and come back. I would never expect anybody to do that, but clearly people do. clearly people do, but I would never have expected it.
Like that can happen, but yeah, I don't know, like it's kind of an interesting one, but I guess what I would say that I end up with there is that I do believe that some amount of technical skill, sort of action game skill as it were, should be required to get through the game for the most part, and that is an important element to me. So that's where I am with that.
The chat's general reaction seems to be that we should balance the game around Mark. That's what it should be. It should be, if Mark is struggling, that's fine. If Mark is able to do it, that's probably the kind of difficulty it should be at. Personally, I'm very much of the opinion that
I'm still listening.
that 10-cent guy sounds like a skill issue. Sounds like they should just get better at the game. But unfortunately, there is that kind of mindset of, I have struggled at this, therefore the problem must be with the numbers of my character, the gear, the stats, not in any way me. And it's difficult to kind of self-reflect on that. From a YouTube point of view, because mostly I just make YouTube videos, I can guarantee that somebody will watch Path of Exile 2 beaten on lowest possible gear, lowest possible numbers, lowest possible damage, lowest possible health. Very few people are going to watch Path of Exile beaten by being massively overpowered and just walking through all the bosses. I mean, that's...
Well, you say that, and yet if you look at all of the top Twitch streams right now...
I mean, oh yeah, they're incredibly powerful. They're just righteous fire and standing there and doing all that cool stuff, which will happen. But it's always difficult. It's always interesting to see people beat a puzzle effectively giving themselves a stat-based handicap of saying, I'm going to do this with lowest possible numbers. But the idea of just going away, grinding, getting more powerful and going back to the boss, I just like throwing myself against the boss again and again and again until I eventually win. Well, that, of course, is something you've got to consider when we do this. Let's go on to the next question. Sorry, Karen.
There was just one thing that I was wondering about when I was thinking about this, which was like, is there a difference in culture between China and the West with regard to this issue?
Massively.
I wonder if that can be one of the reasons why that was a different reaction there.
Well, as soon as you said that the 10-cent guy failed to beat the boss, I just imagined him straight away taking a credit card out and being like, right, where's the better armor? Where's the better weapons? Where can I get health potions? Can I just skip this? Why can't I just pay to win? That kind of stuff. And then when you said, no, you've got to play the game, they were like, oh, right, okay, I don't get that.
Right. Anyway, you were saying.
Don't worry, it's okay. I'm sure they'll be okay with this. Everyone in the chat's like, oh, he went there. It's okay, don't worry, they'll be fine with this. Let's go on to the next question. We've spoken about casual versus hardcore design. Question 5, this is more for you to just speak about what you want to speak about. What have you wanted to talk about, but no one has yet asked the right question?
This is honestly one of the hardest questions you can ever get in an interview, because it's like you're giving someone zero things to latch any thoughts onto.
Yes.
So what I will do therefore is take that and run with it. Okay, right. So what I'm going to talk about is that exact phenomenon. Why do we have classes at all? This is one of these things where, like, when we originally designed Path of Exile 1, we actually wanted to have a classless system. I was actually very inspired by Dungeon Siege 1. That's another game that I cared a lot about. I played a lot of when I was younger. And that game actually didn't have classes. They just had skills that you got better at by using them again and again. And the problem that...
Pause that for a second. You can kill Brutus naked, learn to dodge. See? That's very dismissive, because that's what we were just talking about. Is two different kinds of players. And something that we don't think about when we're not that other kind of player, right? You could hit Brutus and be like, man, that's a hard fight. I'll just get better at it. We'll do it again and again and again and again until I dodge everything. And you'll have other people who go, ooh, that's a hard fight. I must need better gear. But then go and get better gear. Both solutions work, right? If you go die to Brutus and then you go get 3 more levels and a bunch of gear farming lower prison and you go again, then you'll be way stronger and way easier to kill it, right? So like, it's not something I would ever have thought of. It's not a reaction I would have expected. And it sounds like it also caught Jonathan off guard. Like, that's a thing that you do? Okay. It's the same thing for actor and rowers. They're hard for us because we run through naked, but new players are usually decked out and fully geared at that point. You're right, actually. I've watched a new player play recently without my guidance. And they were level 3 by the time they came up to rowers. And they had nothing on their amulet slot and at least a white piece of gear in every single slot. They were missing an amulet still, and their entire rest of the gear was geared. And they just got smacked in the face by like 7 rowers and then still weren't dead. And I was like, wait, hold on. Dude's got like 120 total armor. And apparently that's enough to make rowers not one-shot you. We just all end up there naked. Because we don't even kill shit in the first zone. We literally skipped the entire first zone and all the gear that's supposed to be on the floor. And we just start at the rower area where they one-shot you. So... yeah, that's a thing.
That you run into, in my opinion, with that kind of stuff is that you don't have any thought to latch your idea of how to design a character on. If you show someone a ranger, they're like, I immediately know what kind of thing I want to do with that. I've got ideas of how I might want to take that and so on. So like giving people stereotypes to latch onto is actually a super important thing in game design in general to be to inspire their creativity. You need to start from a point. So that's actually something that I think is super important, and something that, like, once again, the reason we have all these classes, even though our actual philosophy is around the ability to be free to choose whatever skill you want on, like, you know, like we actually, as a technical matter, do allow you to use or you know, like you can, the passive tree is all unified, so you can go all around it in different places. The skills can be used anywhere, and the items obviously just require requirements, but you can get those. Like in general, we try to be very open. So really, the classes are not actually doing very much at all at the beginning of the game. They just guide your initial starting choices slightly. So yeah, really, the main purpose of a class is to be a stereotype. To give you something to think about as you design your character, and most people will just latch onto that stereotype and run with it, and that kind of means that they've got that way. So yeah, that's kind of the reason why we do that.
That's actually, because I come from a theatre background and then mostly into an acting background, there's a thing called Jungian archetypes, and it's very, very similar. The idea that you're almost shortcutting what the audience already know with characters that you make. So the Jungian archetypes would be the mentor character within a story is normally a wizened old man with a beard. That's why you look at Gandalf. That's why you look at Dumbledore. That's why you look at Obi-Wan Kenobi. And then you'd say that...
I use that for phasing. Low-key, it's the number one thing I'm worried about in PoE 2, because this isn't a PoE specific thing. Anytime in any game I ever played where I struggle, where my character can't move through mobs, where I don't have the ability to phase through mobs, when I can get blocked in a corner by a bunch of mobs, instantly lowers that game's like score out of 10 by like 4. If it was a 9, but I can get fucking stuck in a corner, game's suddenly a 5. I don't play any build without phasing, and it's low-key actually the number one thing I'm worried about with PoE 2 is that it doesn't look like there's phasing or a phasing flask at all. So
actually the plucky young hero has to reject the call to adventure, then something bad happens in their own life, then they get brought into it. That would be your Luke Skywalkers, that would be your Frodos. And then the evil guy is normally a big powerful warlord clad in black armor. That's why you've got Sauron, that's why you've got Darth Vader. That's why you've got Voldemort. We're using Jungian archetypes when writing a story to effectively shortcut the audience's knowledge, using their kind of preconceived expectations of who they expect to be good and who they expect to be bad, to effectively tell a story in a very surface level way, and then you can get deeper into it. So when you're saying this class is this and this class is that, you're effectively saying to the audience, this person is going to fit this role within your adventure, build into that straight away. Someone in the chat gave a great point that classes were potentially a holdover from the early Dungeons and Dragons adventures, or the early kind of tabletop adventures, where your class was able to do a certain thing within a party and was one part of a whole, and the whole was stronger because everyone was able to do the part specifically. There's actually, this is going to jump to a question later, but we may as well shortcut to it now. I think one of the holdovers from Dungeons & Dragons is the identifying items system. And that is because identifying items, or knowing what an item is before you put it on, is only really relevant if you can put on an unidentified item and it might be cursed. Because that way you're actually giving the player a benefit to identifying before putting it on. You're removing that risk of something negative happening. In Path of Exile 1, there is nothing negative that happens because you just can't put on the unidentified stuff. I see that as an almost superfluous system. It's a system that is, if you were to remove it, yes, you'd have to remove the identifying scrolls and rejig some of the economy, but it wouldn't necessarily change the gameplay a huge amount because people identify rare items based on the graphic of the item. They almost know what it is as soon as they get it. Are there other systems that you have seen and you have looked at and maybe you've reconsidered and said, you know what, this is actually just bogging the game down. We don't need this anymore. And what are those systems?
Well, I do feel like I need to defend identifying items for just a second.
Oh, go on then.
Don't.
Because, okay, admittedly, the original reason for item identification would be the thing you said with the cursed items, I assume. But the reason in an action RPG that you have identifying items at this point really is just that you get to double dip the dopamine of like, okay, something dropped. Oh, hang on a second, what's it going to be? And then you get another moment of what's it going to be, right? That really is that. It really comes down to that. And it would be very easy to say that, oh, you know, well, what's really the value of that? You know, you could just remove that and it would be fine and items would still be good. But it is actually hard for me to necessarily say that they would be as good as they are now. Like, there is actually some bit of, like, there is some little bit of value of that. And the other thing is that in,
Don't know if I
there's
agree
also
with this bit.
in game design, the concept of the near miss. So when you identify an item, you get the ability to have a near miss, which also, as it turns out, feels good to people. Like I saw the mods, I realized that I could like two of the mods were good, but I just needed that third one. I was so close, right? You know what I mean? Like that's like a thing that kind of adds to the joy of identification.
You literally ID watch designs for this and Venters? Yeah, but it's the exact same feeling if it was already ID'd and I just like picked it up and looked. It's the exciting part isn't using the exciting part isn't using the ID scroll. The exciting part is seeing what it is. The possibility
Even
of your
though it may
actual
feel
build.
frustrating when you're
My
actually doing
account
it,
name
it
is
like part
BalorMage.
of
It's
that,
public.
that feeling, and it's actually hard to make that happen at the point where the item drops from the monster. You're kind of too involved in the combat still at that point to really appreciate that particular issue. So that's like sort of like part of the thing. So effectively you get to split apart that like I'm an item thinking about item mode from the kind of like combat mode part. Now, one thing that I would say is that the identification scroll thing in PoE 1 is probably not that useful, which is why in PoE 2 we made it so that you can, there's an NPC in town who'll just ID all the items in your inventory. You just click that and it IDs everything. And then we're going to make ID scrolls much rarer because you don't really need very many of them anymore. Like you just use them to ID something that you really care about on the field. So that's kind of where we went with that.
That's fine.
So there is some elements of that. But the other thing as well is that we would have, I will mention, if we did have everything dropping ID'd, which would be that we would actually be completely removing the ability to have that experience of identifying and finding something, because item filters would allow you to just only be highlighting the items that exactly fit the description that you were looking for, which means that you would actually then at that point just have like everything that drops is good and everything that doesn't drop is bad, and you're just collecting like.
See, this part's true. This part I absolutely agree with, right? Like it is accurate that is true. However, in all my years of playing, the most fun I have ever had was in Recombinator League, where we got to wear Cloak of Tom Isley. And that's exactly what happened. we got to build a filter so strict that it only showed me the good things. And that was literally the best fun I've ever had in the entire game. So while I agree with all those points just there, I actually don't think it's a problem. I think it just makes the game better. It's literally what I want.
You're just clicking on every, like, there's no like moment of like, is this good or is this bad? It's just like anything that's on the ground, you just pick it up. I don't know that I love that either. Like, there's certainly certainly I'm not going to say that item filters are bad, because I was literally the person who proposed and implemented them in the first place. But the thing that though is that I do think you want some room for the ability to like have pick up a rare and then ID it, and then it might be good or it might be bad. And I want that's still an experience I want to deliver. And so in PoE 2, where improving the ability for that to happen, like in PoE 1, the average rare on the ground is just garbage, and there's no point in even identifying it by the time you get to end game. That's something that I want to fix, because I still like that experience of identifying an item, and it might be good and it might be bad. So yeah, that's my defensive identification for you there.
That was great. No, and everyone's really happy that there'll be a character in town that's able to identify the items for you. Right. Fantastic. People are loving that. We're kind of asking these questions to delve in and maybe get little tidbits of information that you haven't told other people. That's my plan. I'm going to be very overt about that. I'm trying to get you to admit to things that maybe you haven't told anyone else. We'll try and trick you up. That's the...
Now, if I was to open up or pay someone, because I don't have the skill to open up the PoE 2 client, and just change it so that every single time I talk to the NPC that identifies everything, it says, stay a while and listen. Do you think I'd get banned? Like, what if that's the only change I made? If it was just that. do you think I'd get banned? I think I would get banned. Depends if it gets caught by the automated system. No, it doesn't. I'm streaming. I'm showing it to hundreds of people every day. Thousands, potentially. I think I'd be banned the day I streamed with it. The first day. I could, however, get a sound bite of the stay a while and listen and hotkey it and just press it myself every time, and that would be fine. Right? If I just take the soundbite and make a hotkey for it, and then just every time I go, I just be like, stay a while and listen. I don't think that breaks terms and services. Ooh. Okay, hang on. So there are ways to cheat in this game that break terms and services that you definitely get banned for. Things that like record where your like mouse is or whatever, like automates actions or presses buttons accordingly. But what if I used one of those systems to proc something that wasn't in game, so that whenever I, for instance, open Lily Roth or whatever the ID system is, the program registers that that's happened, but then does absolutely nothing with Path of Exile at all, and just plays the sound bites. Am I walking a line there? I think that's sort of walking a line, but I don't think it's over the line. It's a fucking risky area though.
That's the honest, genuine plan. So if you have a question in chat that you would like to ask Jonathan, the game director of Path of Exile 2, if you think we can be a little bit sneaky with it and find a way to ask him questions that's going to make him reveal information about the game, let's just do that. That's exactly what we're going to do. So we've talked about things that you've wanted to talk about. Let's move on to the next question. Question 6. This is quite a broad one. I think we've touched on this earlier, but what is your favorite video game from a mechanical standpoint, and why?
So, as I say, if I look at things like, okay, what are the games that I traditionally like? If you like, my first reaction, the emotional reaction, as it were, to that question is definitely the games that I played when I was a kid. You know, things like Half-Life and StarCraft and things like that, and they were just, and Final Fantasy, those things were just great. But if I look at things recently, I think this goes back to what I was saying earlier about honing your sense for just what, like, for jank. I find myself more drawn today to things, the experiences that are just extremely polished and don't have any of that going on. And 2 games that I really loved recently. Sorry to do the whole chicken out thing and pick multiple games, but 2 games that I really enjoyed. One of them was the God of War, not the most recent one, but the one before that, the reboot of God of War when they first added the axe.
Oh, Dad of Boy, that one.
Yeah, Dad of War. Yeah. That game to me was tight. And I didn't run into any jank at all. I kind of had a very, very good experience all the way through it. It had very few characters, which I thought was like, there's that sort of old saying about like things being perfect when there's nothing left to remove, like that kind of stuff. Like it's just like the reduction in characters. It was still a long game, but like they did a lot with little. And that game was really excellent. I am a big fan of that particular title. The next one,
I very much love PoE. It's absolutely my 100% favorite game, and probably will remain that way for a while. But the irony of a PoE developer saying they really love games without jank in them is not lost on me. Don't get me wrong, I love PoE. But also, this is the most jank game I've ever played in my life. And it always has been. This is not new. There's some irony involved there. That's all. Hey. Die. I want to do the thing.
One they made, I think was very good, but I wouldn't put it quite at the same level as the first one of those 2. And another one that I really love for similar reasons is Ori and the Blind Forest and Ori and the Will of the Wisps.
That was actually
Both
really
of
good
those
too.
games, once again, very tight.
Not Baldur's Gate though?
No jank. Scary that the next game they're making is in our genre.
People are, the chat is very much agreeing with you on this one. The God of War got some pushback, don't get me wrong.
Yes,
but
I know. Not everyone liked that game. Not
everyone was
everyone
back
loved
on
that
your
game.
side.
Yeah, not everyone loved that game because I think that like there were things that I think were weak as far as things like how the item system was and so on. It was weak, but also it wasn't bad. And as I said, I think that that's a thing that I care a lot about. Like there wasn't anything bad that happened. So yeah, and then as I said, the actual gameplay stuff was very tight. But yes, Ori, that game, very, very tight. Like there might have been bugs in that game. I certainly didn't encounter any. There might have been jank in that game. I certainly didn't find any. Like the feel of moving around and all that stuff, very, very excellent. Like, I would honestly strive to have the feeling of movement and gameplay to be as good as a game like that. So I'm very keen to try out No Rest for the Wicked and see what they've got going on with that.
Me too, actually.
And
it's looking quite good.
That's very interesting to me. Because yeah, as I said, the previous 2 games they've made have been just very polished, and I actually don't think you see that many AAA games in recent times of that don't have jank in them. It's actually relatively rare these days, and that's kind of concerning. I can only hope to live up to that level of quality for PoE 2. I'm certainly hoping that we're able to get to that point because I really hate that stuff whenever you get any sort of jank, and it feels like it's getting rarer.
Games we've gone from AAA, we've had quadruple A. I think CD Projekt Red have now announced a quadruple A. So right. Path of Exile 2 first 6A game coming out. Can we confirm that, Jonathan? Sure, why not? Yes, brilliant.
We'll do as many A's as you feel like. But at the end of the day, I just don't want any jank. That's what I want. Certainly, we have more content in PoE 2 than most games. Like we're like brutally overscoped. I mean, it's actually absurd how many monsters got made. While it's actually crazy. Like I've told people numbers of like how many monsters and bosses and stuff there are, but it's just like it's actually ridiculous. Like
you've got to give us numbers now, Jonathan. I mean, you're making the first sextuple A game. We need to know how many monsters are going to be in this game.
Yeah. So it's actually scary the degree to which, when I actually look at how long this game is in development, like how long was Duke Nukem Forever in development for?
That was about 15, 20 years or something like that. Like
really?
A ridiculous. Okay. I think when they announced it and then when they finally released it, there was a ridiculous 17 years. Someone I think is saying an absolute ridiculous amount of time.
All right, so we're not quite there yet, but I'm pretty sure the beginnings of what we started was in 2017. We're in 2024 now.
To be fair, 2020 lasted about 5 years. It was very strange. That whole kind of era was at least 10 years long, despite only lasting 2 years.
Because it's been going on, and like the amount of content that has gotten made in that time is just absolutely ridiculous. And it's even to the point, like there's funny things like so the league. Crap, I'm terrible with names, even for the leagues we just released. The Forest one. What the hell was it called again?
Just describe it. Everyone, someone in chat will tell me what happened.
Yeah, the Wildwood one.
Affliction.
Yes, Affliction.
Question for you: can provide any advice? Be very happily. I leveled the witches in Necro, just AFK campaign, and switched to a deal dead, but nothing feels right. Any suggestions? A good simple one button LE or a cultist build? Cock DD is a Necro, right? I mean, otherwise, DD should feel really, really good, both Cock DD and normal DD. Most of the time when people are not having fun with those builds is because they haven't built their Spectre pool. You have to build a Spectre pool to make DD work properly. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure some people were doing Cock DD, which is a very different build as Necro, I think. Otherwise, Hex Blast. Yeah, Hex Blast works pretty well as well. Those would be the ones I'd look at.
Anyway, the funny thing about that is that the assets used in Affliction are actually assets that were made for PoE 2 6 years ago, and then became too old to be in PoE 2 anymore. And then we remade them, and then we used the ones we made for PoE 2 and PoE 1. That is like a kind of concerning.
So Path of Exile 1 was made. You guys wanted to redo a lot of it, so you redid loads of it. Then you realized that you weren't able to integrate this with Path of Exile 1, so it effectively became Path of Exile 2. And now you're taking the stuff that was originally made for Path of Exile 2 and going, well, this is no good anymore. Just throw it over the Path of Exile 1. We'll use it there.
Fantastic. It sounds worse when you say it that way.
It does sound a lot worse than I say it that way. That's why I said it that way. But we all love you, and we all genuinely do want to support this game and see what's going on. Quick question in the chat. WASD movement. That's confirmed, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Right, so your favorite video game. You mentioned God of War about the fact that it managed to remove a lot of superfluous systems. Let's just pull on that thread. What systems have you removed from Path of Exile 2, either bringing them over from 1, or you spent time developing them and then had a bit of self-reflection and said, you know what, this doesn't need to be here? Because if God of War, the reboot, was so good because it removed all the superfluous stuff,
Yep.
Give us an example of when you've done that.
it's very hard to exactly come up with something that is a nice tight package to say that for, because it's kind of, it really is like an evolution that continues along a lot of ways. But I mean, so there's a lot of stuff we haven't brought over yet, and that doesn't really count yet, I guess, because it doesn't quite meet the definition of removing again like that. But thing.
I am asking the hard questions here, I know that.
It is hard, because what it really is that when we're redesigning individual things, like we only make again the stuff that makes sense, if you know what I mean. So it doesn't really feel like removal when you're doing it. There's a lot of complexity that we've tried to remove from the base systems. But like, it's the reason, part of the reason why I struggle to come up with examples there is because they would feel so arcane that I don't know that that even be appreciable. Like the way Leech works, for example, where it's like the way that Leech works is some ungodly, inhuman formula that not anyone on Earth understands in PoE 1. And
I'm pretty sure I
in
understand
PoE
it.
2, the way that it works is just the percentage that you see on the, like you just get a percentage on your item, and it works like how D2 worked, except for that monsters have Leech resist that scales up through the game, which means that it still kind of works. It doesn't quite do exactly what it says on the tin, but it is just way simpler, right? Like it says 5% of damage. At level 1, it will be 5% of damage, and then as you go through the game, monsters get resistance to that leech, which means that it, you know, like it gets, the leech
So
scales
they'll
down.
still do effectively the same damage to them, but the percentage of that damage that you leech will be reduced by a certain amount based on that
Would you throw
monster's
down
resistance.
on Reddit
That's an example of just like, it's a
about Leech
simplification, but it doesn't.
versus Mark? I've learned my lesson. I would never throw down against Mark about anything, but I am confident that I would be able to explain Leech specifically just as well. I'm confident that he would not disagree if I had explained Leech in detail on Reddit, because I'm pretty confident that I've got it right. But if I was told I was wrong, by Mark, I would not fight that. I would be like, oh, okay, my understanding must be wrong then. Because I have learned that that is not a good thing to do. I've learned that that is not a good thing to do.
Really feel like a removal in the same way. We just did some stuff, but then when I look at what it was that was there, it feels like a big deal to us, because it's like, you know, there was just some horrible thing that was like had 20 freaking hacks piled on top of each other in order to achieve various results that mattered at various points.
I'm
so
sure
yeah, that's
Mark
probably a very
understands it. Mark knows how Leech works completely.
Yeah, no, he does. He does. I don't think
Mark
anyone else
understands
does.
it. If ever we're unsure of something, we'll just go to Mark. Anyone in the chat that's just joining us, Mark is apparently some kind of deity. That was, we refer to him as what, Mark 1, as he was the first Mark that was working the company, and he understands literally every single system.
Well, he's the one who answers all of the questions on Reddit about how
Fantastic.
specific skills work. So,
I wouldn't
you know,
wish that on anyone. I wouldn't wish being on Reddit or interacting with that with anyone. So Mark is definitely doing us an absolute solid by sorting that out.
Right.
Thank you to Mark. Let's go on to question 7. It's just kind of actually, this very much links back to what we were just saying. Is there anything major that has changed from the inception of the idea for Path of Exile 2 to now? Was there anything that the whole team, whether it was yourself or the rest of the team, you were super on board with the idea, or you were super against it, and then over the years you've actually said, you know what, we either should or shouldn't do this?
So, in some ways, nothing has changed, because the overall design goal is the same. Like, which on a high level is just make a perfect action RPG. And I guess then what the definition of that shifts over time slightly, which changes things. But ultimately, the design goal was, you know, like we want to have everything that was good from PoE 1 and nothing that was bad, and have all of have the combat be great. So that is still the same. But I guess it's in the specific details, it's sort of harder to even appreciate, because there's this phenomenon you get where, like, the moment that we try something and it's good, then that was always what I wanted to do. If it's the other, but if I try something and then it feels bad, then I'm like, well, that just wasn't good ever. So we should try that. We should do something else. And so it's very hard when your mind thinks that way to be able to even identify something that changed in some sense. But certainly things like WASD was something that I expected would be not good and ended up being extremely good. And the actual reason why I thought that would be bad, by the way, was because there was another game that did it in an action RPG that I believe is now dead. I think it was called Pagan Online, which nobody ever heard of. It was like a game that went into beta and failed.
Fuck is
in
Pagan
beta and then
Online?
kind of just disappeared. And that game, one of the things that they advertised even was WASD movement. And at the time, I kind of thought, oh, that's kind of dumb. Like, why would you want to do that in an action RPG? You know, like, it didn't seem important to me. When I tried it in the game, it also felt bad. And so it took some overcoming of that, of like, because I thought that I knew that that was bad already. So it took some overcoming to get to the point where I was like, okay, I'm willing to give this a shot, and maybe the issue was just that game and not the control scheme. Because then once we did it with some of the other stuff that we did to make Melee better in PoE 2, that is, it was very good. Like even right from the very first moment that we tried it. Yeah, that is something that probably is a good example of something that really did surprise me as far as how it went. But also was something that a lot of people on the team were very skeptical about, and mostly because they were very worried about the idea that people who played with one control scheme versus another would get an advantage over one another, which is something that feels like it's important, but actually I believe isn't. And certainly if we had hewed to that, if we'd have just gone with the assumption that people playing WSD have an advantage and therefore we can't do it, then we wouldn't have discovered all the awesomeness that we then did, which turns out somewhat applies back to mouse to move as well. That thing was that was a big one, I think, and it was especially painful because once we did it, there was a huge amount that had to change in the game to make that to make it work, as far as like existing skill design that we thought we'd done. And all sorts of other stuff like that. Like we had to go back and change a bunch of skills. Like, you know, like it's even still happening now. There's like tons of skills that are getting revisited and moving while doing them, being added, and like tweaks being done to make it feel good. Because once you've felt that good feeling with one skill, it's very hard to then use another skill that doesn't have that. That's requiring like a huge amount of work. That's probably one of the big ones, I would say.
Okay, that's a great answer. Let's go straight on to question 8, which is a very important question. Path of Exile 1 hates melee classes. Why?
Well,
I know we touched on this earlier with the fact that everyone they were all built with different rigs, but the amount of, because I use the kind of melee, the meta build websites, and it's always range stuff, magic stuff, totem stuff. It is difficult to play the game when you need to get close to the boss, and the boss has a massive amount of things to either prevent you getting close to them or AoE. How are you going to make it that melee works?
I've got about 5 answers to this question.
Go for it, man.
All right, let's go.
So one of them is the rig thing. It is just harder for us to...
Is one of them you're trying to bring a stick to a gunfight? Because that's my answer. You're trying to bring a stick to a gunfight, and now you're upset that you're outmatched. What do you want? Can you make a video with 2 or 3 different Atlas trees for Holy Relic? I don't deal with Atlas trees other than like League start ones. I still don't have a strategy that's profitable to run. You need a bigger stick, right? What amount of armor do we need to scale with the tattoos? I mean, you want at least 20,000 armor. Anything more than that is helpful, but not needed.
To make melee skills than not melee skills.
Have a fun
Because
strategy
melee
though?
skills require
Yes, just
animating
Harbies.
rigs that the animators literally hate. Like
just
they are like, do
Primrose
not make me make
strat.
an animation on this dumb old rig. Like they're actually like that. Like it really is. Like they do not want to do it, and they are awful compared to modern rigs in like a ton of ways. They're just very hard to use. So not only do they take 10 times longer to make an animation on them, but then you have to make 7 more copies of it for every class.
For anyone who wasn't here in the chat earlier, every class in Path of Exile 1 has a different rig for the character model, which effectively increases the amount of work you need to do by 7, because if you were to make an animation of one rig doing it, it wouldn't be able to be immediately copied and transferred.
So my question whenever they talk about this, because like I get it, I understand how that happened, it was like one of the first things that ever happened, I get it. My question that I've not heard anyone ask is, with the amount of work that you have to do right now for every single new skill you put in and every single new also Ellis, who only has 10k armor, I'm talking about with flasks up. If you only have 10k armor, you've got generosity linked to determination. Unlink that. Anyway, my number one question is, with the amount of work that you have to do right now to put in a new MTX, to put in a new skill, anything like that, you have to do like 7 versions of everything. Would it not be easier and more efficient in the long run to still just redo the rigging in PoE once? I know it's a bigger task right now because you would have to redo all of it, but with the same idea of making one good rig and then, like, it's more work right now, but wouldn't that be better? Like, this is a problem they've talked about for years now. They've talked about this problem for years now. Wouldn't, like, at some point, don't you just have to bite the bullet? If last time I'm at 14, determination not linked, you might not have % increased armor on one of your flasks. So I currently have 17k without flasks up and 29 with. Well, I don't have to convert all armors and existing gems, which they've done for PoE2. Yeah, I get that. But are we just going to keep it the same in PoE1 forever? Like 6 years from now, every single new skill and every single new MTX and every single new everything, we're still going to make 7 different versions of for the next 10 years for PoE1? Like, at what point does that man hours exceed how long it would take to just re-rig PoE1? Like at some point, surely, you just have to bite the bullet and fix it, right?
But to all the others, it needs to be redone, which was one of the reasons that Path of Exile 2 said, hey, we're going to do it differently. How will Path of Exile 2 do it slightly differently? Or again, are the characters all different rigs?
So one thing we've got is we've got one rig for all humanoid characters in PoE2 now, and then we've got a way to be able to adjust those rigs for body shapes to make it so that we can do it. But the point is the animation is transferable.
Excellent.
If you make an animation on one, you transfer it over. You might have to do a tweak or two, but that's it. Whereas in PoE1, the Templar is left-handed. What an annoying decision. Like, even just that is like annoying. Like, it just immediately means that animation now just cannot be used.
Okay, brilliant.
Yep.
So even if you could move,
I didn't even realize that
a process
Yes,
of flipping it effectively.
Yep. Yes, exactly. So there's the things like that go on. There's funnily enough, did we actually make the Templar left-handed in PoE2 too with some tricks? I can't remember now. I can't remember. We might have.
Okay.
Anyway, side note. So that's like that's the thing. So yes, that one in PoE2 fixes that just because yeah, the animation is obviously, the rigs are just way better with it's night and day. Like, you know, what the animators have to do. They're so much faster. Actually there was another multiplying factor I didn't even mention, which is that in PoE1 most melee skills can be used by most weapon classes. And that means that once again, you still have to make the skill again for all of the different weapon types, which is another
This is a large part right here.
On top of it as well. So therefore, pretty much when making a melee skill, there's pretty much the only option for the designers is you have to use an existing melee animation that we have already. So that already just limits significantly the ability to design melee skills in PoE1. Just like completely just kicks out the feet out from under you right there. Especially given how crap the animations are from back in the day from that. So you've got that. Another detail that's important is that there are too many things in Melee in PoE1 that are multiplying factors that you have to know to do that improve the amount of damage that you're doing for melee, and don't feel like melee for whatever that might mean.
Would these be things like totems?
Totems.
Exactly. Right. So a totem is an example. It doubles your damage effectively, and you just have to pick it, because if you didn't pick it, then you don't have double damage, and you just have to know that, right? So that's just a straight up noob trap. Now, this is actually a somewhat hard problem to solve, because you want to have the ability. Okay, like how can totems in Path of Exile 2 exist? Is a question, right? Like, how can they? I mean, sure, we can remove the like bonus damage that they just give you for no apparent reason, so that. But how do you have a game where a melee class can create a totem that effectively is a complete independent entity from you that attacks things, and you don't have to be near it, because that's a straight up damage multiplier, right? How can we have that exist and yet not everyone has to pick it? And the answer is that you have to have lots and lots of things, and the trade-off is not so much do I pick a multiplying force or don't I? It's which of the 30 things I could pick am I picking, depending on what I want to enjoy, right? And that all comes back down to the way that the skill system in Path of Exile 2 works versus 1, where, you know, like you can, like the limiting factor on the number of multipliers you have is the number of slots, like gem slots you have, because all of them can be 6 links and so on. Like there's a whole thing going on with that just makes it the case. So you can have totems in PoE 2 because, sure, it may increase your damage by a lot, but then there's also tons of other stuff you could pick that also increase your damage by a lot. So it doesn't become such a important choice anymore. So PoE 1 just has several of these. There's also things like, God, I'm terrible with names. What's that? The yellow star that goes beneath your feet that makes you resistant to damage.
People in the chat will know what you're on about.
Yeah, people know what I'm talking
Fortify?
about, that thing, right? So, for example, like that's important to have on your character somewhere. There's a thing like that. If you don't have it, then your defense is
I have
just
1,000
worse.
people saying fortify right now, so I'm assuming it's
fortify. That's the one. Fortify. Yeah. By the way, just as a thing to know about me, I'm terrible with names. Like just completely. In fact, every time we
Feels
have
great.
a meeting, Chris just tells me some fact about the person that's about to walk in the door that I can attach my understanding of who they are to. Like I don't remember their name, but I know who they are. You know what I mean?
That's
He's always
so
like, "Oh, he's the guy who,"
fantastic.
and then just adds a piece of information.
I
And that's
need
how
someone to
actually
do
remember
that
them. So just
in
names
every
just fall out
aspect
my
of my
head otherwise.
life.
Cool, that's fine.
So, anyway, random detail. So anyway,
Jonathan
Fortify is an
speaks
example
to me
of
on an
that. So
emotional
we actually made a
level.
list of these recently. I was with Mark, and we're like, okay, what are the multiplying things that a melee build must have to work? And which
That's
of these
so
things feel
good.
like melee and which don't? And we can't in PoE 1 have the solution of having just lots of multiplying forces, because it would require making more skills than we can really make, or else just that we run into problems with the skill system because of the way that you can't 6-link every gem that you have and so on, like just those kinds of issues. And so in PoE 1 we have to have a different solution, which might involve like changing it so that, like, you know, this is not a thing that makes sense to.
That's so good, by the way. That's so good. I need someone to do that in my life. It's not, I don't forget everyone, I just don't remember them. Like I need someone to be like, yo, you know this person, they did this, or they're related in this way, they've done this thing. This is where they came from. Ah yes, that person. I do remember that person. That's amazing. That's Greg. He gets pegged by his wife.
To do anymore, or that we specifically split the build so that you can't use this, you know, this mechanic doesn't work very well with with normal melee or something like that. Like I don't have an actual answer for what exactly is going to happen, but like there are things that we want to do there. But in PoE 2 we don't have that particular problem because because we've got so many multiplying factors, and it's just like the intention is that, you know, that is that issue solved in my opinion. So what else do we have?
So melee is going to be good. I like the fact that in the chat right now we've got people saying that this is now the reason that when Chris Wilson walks out on stage, he says, hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games, because you're then sat in the audience going, that's who you are. Knew it. I know that guy now. I was worried. Now I know who that is.
For
Knew I
sure.
recognized
So Jonathan,
him.
continue telling us about how melee class is going to work in Path of Exile 2 and how it's going to be good.
All right, so the next one is moving while doing melee is something that Path of Exile 1 could just not support for a variety of kind of complicated internal reasons relating to, once again, all the rigs and blah 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 and all that technical stuff. But ultimately, in PoE 2, what we have is a thing called step attack. And what that is that we have a different animation that plays when you're a bit further away from the monster versus when you're close to the monster. And what that means is that when you do an attack, some of the attack time that you would have used, like rather than arriving at the monster and then doing the attack, you can do the attack from further back, and it still takes the same amount of time as it would have taken if you were standing next to them. And that means that every single attack has less close time than it would appear to have. Like you can, and so it just feels like the attack is a little bit faster than it otherwise would be. But in particular, like you know, the portion of the screen on which you can do a melee attack is larger when you start it. And so that is an important reason. Now, this actually varies quite significantly. For the monk, some of the skills have absurd distances, and like, you know, with the most being like, you know, that palm strike where you can go from half a screen away, you can just like melee straight into them, and you just like just slide up to them and attack them. It feels good as it's a palm strike. But every skill has some degree of that, and so that improves melee very significantly over what PoE 1 has. Not something we could do in PoE 1 because the animation time would be impossible. That I think is actually, by the way, one of the reasons why WSD does work in PoE 1 and in PoE 2 and didn't work in Pagan Online, because that element, there's a fluidity to the feeling of moving around where you kind of blend nicely from like I'm controlling my character to like my character kind of gets to the right place.
I'm pretty sure they mentioned this. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that this whole thing they're talking about also just works for ranged characters. So while it's going to make melee feel better, I'm confident. I'm sure it will. I'm still just gonna play bows. Or guns. Possibly guns. They're crossbows. They're guns. I heard them, they were guns.
Yet it doesn't take extra time, so that's kind of important. And then another thing that we've done is all the targeting stuff. So basically, in general, you don't really lose control of your character anymore. That is something that allows you to have longer attack times while not feeling bad. In PoE 1, all attacks must be ultra short, because if they're not, you feel like your character's locked in and you can't do anything. And that feels garbage. So you can significantly increase attack times if you are willing to let the character reposition, retarget, and also cancel using dodge roll. So like that stuff there just immediately does that. Now, there was something you did say earlier, which I actually don't agree with, by the way, about having to be close to bosses to do melee.
Okay.
Being close to a boss is actually usually more safe than being further away, and that's because the amount of distance you have to move to change the relative position and angle to the boss is lower. You can get to a 90-degree offset from the boss from where you were with a very short move when you're in melee, but a very long move when you're in ranged. So effectively,
That's
when there are attacks that hit arcs,
true.
those attacks are more dangerous for range than they are for melee. And so effectively, so long as bosses have the correct number of attacks of the different types, you will find that melee and ranged are actually relatively balanced, and the distance to the target turns out to be one of the least important balancing factors for melee once you've make sure that you get the balance of skills correct. So it might seem like, for example, that ranged characters should do less damage than a melee character, but actually that is not so much the case. And we've found that if you make ranged characters weak, to not have a different amount of relative DPS compared to melee characters, then the ranged characters just feel bad, and that is a problem. Whereas if you make the melee characters do too much damage, that also feels bad because you're overkilling everything.
Well, it's also why people do melee bosses. I'm a big anti-melee person. But if you're like exclusively bossing, there are quite a few melee options that are quite good. Melee doesn't really feel that bad in bossing encounters. Like, you're gonna be close anyway. Even when I'm playing ranged or minions, if this gavel is the boss, I'm usually like here, right? Like I'm usually pretty fucking close walking around here, because if I'm back here, I can't fucking dodge quick enough. You want to be like here. it's mapping that feels way better when you're ranged in spells.
And it just kind of just makes the game feel like a walkabout. So yeah, like the damage, the distance thing is actually surprisingly, despite the name, the least important thing about melee.
Okay.
Which yeah, I find to be good. But that being said, you do have to have that closing element, you know, to make it work. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at with that. So I think that probably covers a lot of things. I'm sure there are probably like half a dozen more random things about melee that make it better, but those are certainly some of them, and some of the big ones I would say. So yeah, were there any other? Sorry, in that list you had earlier about issues with melee, were there any others that I didn't address in that?
I'll probably think of some. As I think of them, I'll just let you know again. But I think what you've mainly touched on is the fact that melee is going to be very much improved by an improved movement system, and the fact that you guys won't need to develop 7 different animations whenever you decide to do something.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to question 9. Question 9 is actually already about the redundant system we've talked about identifying items. Question 10, I didn't have time to program onto the screen, so I'm going to read my phone like a real professional here. What is the strangest design lesson you've learned over your time as a designer? I'll give you an example from kind of my history, so everyone in the chat kind of gets the vibe that I'm coming at this question with. I was a teacher for a long time. I was a drama teacher before I went on to being an actor, then being a YouTuber. And while I was teaching in a classroom, I was erasing some writing that I'd put on a whiteboard, and I was using one of those kind of erasers going across, erasing horizontally, just wiping stuff off the board.
Up and down.
And then another teacher pulled me aside at the end of the day, and they said, Josh, don't use horizontal strikes when you are erasing something from a whiteboard because it makes your butt wiggle. Use vertical stripes because that way your butt doesn't wiggle and it's not weird. And I thought that is such a random thing to know, but it's only through somebody else telling me that
Why do I know that?
So throughout your game design career, what have you learned and sat back and gone, that's really weird, but it works?
Well, that makes this question a whole lot harder. But I think probably one of the things that I came to an understanding of at some point that I guess doesn't quite have the nice little just so of that story
that makes sense.
is the fact that everything is game design. And I kind of let me talk about that. So ultimately, what are you doing when you're designing a game? You're trying to make something fun for the player. How do things become fun? So therefore, I would say that anything that you do that attempts to increase the amount of fun you get from a game is game design, right? Does that follow, if you will?
Sure.
So let me mention a few examples of this that seem a bit unintuitive. So if I post some patch notes and they can contain unexplained changes in them, then the community can react very badly from that. And when they react badly, they have less fun when they're playing. But if I write an essay about why the changes are happening and convince people that the change we're making is actually good, then there are people who would not have had fun before who are having fun now. So therefore, community communication is game design. The fun that they experience in the game is affected by the decisions we make as far as communicating with the community. So therefore, we should treat that as a game designer part of the process. And it extends further than that because when you're looking, let's look at a game like Elden Ring, right? Now, if you played that game and you weren't expecting something that was tough as nails at the beginning, you would probably have had less fun with that game. Like, the reputation that it has is actually part of the context you have going into that, which changes your perception of what exactly it is that you're playing and makes you more okay with the experience that you had. Like,
you're actually missing a badge, by the way. I do like this point. I actually never thought about that, but I mean, it's technically, even writing the patch notes counts. This guy. Hey,
get your magic find characters ready.
Mikey, with a 75-month resub.
Fine.
Got him.
When you just die early on in that game, you kind of feel like, well, yeah, it's Elden Ring. Obviously, I should expect, like it's a very different thing that you expect there. So like that communication of like reputation is part of your game design. Like you have to actually bear that in mind as you're thinking about how you position that. And then that comes to a broader question of marketing. Like you can market a game a certain way and in a different way.
Get your
and that
magic find
affects the fun
characters
that
ready.
you have when you play it. And so that means the marketing is also game design, and that means that your game designers should be doing it, because that's actually part of the experience that that they should get. And so you hear a lot of indie developers say, "Oh, you know, I like to make games, but I just hate the marketing part." You know, that they'll talk about how that's like some separate part of game development that shouldn't be. You know, that they hate the fact they have to do the marketing, and then they'll
Get your magic find characters ready.
Of like, "Oh, you know, if I was just better at, you know, I'm just because I'm bad at."
Okay, we'll pause that for a second. Stoic and Joe.
What's this
Also,
button
thank you
do?
for the Prime. Starting a scam train on me. Looking Elden Ring people should agree. Update is literally describing my job. Oh.
Marketing is the reason my game failed and so on. But I actually would say to those people, well, the marketing is the game design, actually. That's part of it. That needs to be included. Like you as a game designer need to do that, and you should look at it the same way as you look at designing anything that's in your game. Just because it's not happening to be in the game doesn't mean it isn't part of the fun that the player has.
That's incredible. The reason I think that is such an incredible answer is, again, theatre and game design tie together in such a strange way. My entire specialization when I was at university studying performing arts is a psychological element called phenomenology. And phenomenology is the idea that absolutely everything is part of the experience you're trying to create. If you're putting on a theatre show, the audience's experience of that show doesn't start when they sit down in their seats and the curtain opens. It starts when they very first see a flyer, and then when they walk into the foyer, when they're talking to their friends, when they see any kind of adverts about it. I was lucky enough many years ago to see The Lord of the Rings, the musical, on stage, and as soon as you walk into that theatre, there are actors dressed up as characters acting in character within the foyer itself, and it immediately creates that ambience, that level. So when you say that everything is game design, completely agree. Because from a phenomenology point of view,
steel.
Every single experience someone has in relation to any major primary process or experience is going to relate to it. So your example of communicating to the player base, it's not necessarily manipulative, but you do need to understand that there is a way of getting information across that will be received more positively than negatively.
Just hold on. That is manipulative. That's literally the description. Also, manipulative gets a bad rap. It's not actually a bad thing inherently. It just gets used badly in sentences, and so people now have this negative connotation of manipulation, but manipulation is everything. Every single one of you manipulate people every day and get manipulated every day. It's not a bad thing. Literally, the words please and thank you are manipulation. Like that's, it all falls under that header. All of it.
And the thing is that, okay, if I was to sit down and with every new player and talk to them as they were playing, I suspect that almost every player I did that with would have a great time. You know, like if I'm sitting here as the game director being like, oh yeah, here's what we're intending for this, here's what we're doing, like you'd probably have a great time. And so that thing that goes on there, like we're trying to effectively replicate some of that in our communication. But then there's another thing that I just would want to mention that just came to my mind as I was thinking about that. And by the way, the thing you just said there about there already being a name for this in theatre is very interesting to me. I'm definitely going to look that up after this because I've never heard that word before. And I think that it is very much applicable. And that's pretty interesting. But game journalism and the phenomenon that games that people don't like later often have high review scores early on. Now, I think the reason why that can actually happen is because of the thing that I just said, where if you're a game journalist and you go to an event and you've got a bunch of marketing people talking to you and like all of that stuff, your impression of that game in that moment is going to be better than someone who just turned up and just played it with no context at all. And the fun that the person had is real, right? Like it doesn't compromise the fun they had. Like that is a real experience. It's not like there's any corruption there or anything like that, right? It is a thing that is happening. But at the same time, you have to bear in mind that like that experience does affect what a reviewer's perception of this will be. And so the same is true of the hype around a game launch as well. Like people are just affected by that hype, even in ways that they don't necessarily understand, and it's part of the experience. But once again, the fun is still real. Like you can't say that that wasn't the experience that the person had, and yet you still get the situation where, you know, a game comes out, a bunch of people review it well, you play it without that context, and you're like, well, what the hell? What did everyone like about this? You know, or just the review scores. The other phenomenon that review scores tend to go down as the game gets old.
Oh, Josh is here. Hi, Telexia. I was saying earlier I could listen to Josh read off the ingredients of my cereal. Like on the back of my cereal box, I could just listen to him read that. And that would be a pleasurable experience that I would enjoy. You're here, dude. Yeah.
Older, because like you don't, all the people who review it earlier on tend to like it more than the people who review it later, just on average.
Because that experience
all of that stuff
is a force multiplier.
exactly.
That experience is the totem. You put that down, you put someone in a place, the game is fun, but the experience is even better. I've been invited to so many, you know, game opening things, and when they go down, they're like, are you enjoying the game? And I'm like, well, it's got this wrong with it, this wrong with it, this wrong with it. And it's very difficult to focus on the negatives of a game or of an experience or of a process when you are surrounded by so many people who are hyped up for it and who are having a good time. And so I've actually been contacted many times by MMORPG makers and developers, especially smaller indie games, who say, hey Josh, we'd love you to make a video on our game, we'll get the devs in with you, you can play with the design team, do you want that? And I say, no, I don't want that, because that is not what the average player is going to experience. I want to experience what the average player is going to experience in a genuine, honest, average way that is allowing me to make a kind of a judgment of the game without having my enhancement multiplied in a way that other people won't have that.
Right.
So whenever Path of Exile 1 or Path of Exile 2 are going to throw these big events, yes, people at the events are going to love it, but we need to make sure the players just playing it at home love it just as much. And one of the best ways to do that is outreach from you guys to the players. Exactly what we're doing now. This is part of the process. This is part of the phenomenology of it. My question, Jonathan, is this going to continue once the game launches? Because this is hype.
Jesus.
This is building up hype. This is building up audience expectations. This is great. I know this is marketing for you. I know it's staying relevant for me. But are the audience going to still get this level of communication once the game's out?
Well, I certainly want to. There was a period. There have been periods in the past where I engaged more with the community and periods where I engaged less. And it's honestly, the hard part is not becoming jaded to it. Like this is a challenge for sure, right? Like, I mean, you had your quip earlier about, oh, I wouldn't want to respond on Reddit, you know what I mean? Like that's something that I,
me
like,
either.
when I hear that, I've been like, man, that really sucks that that's even the opinion now. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like and the thing is that I remember, I guess it would have been sort of 15 years ago now, actually, now that I think about how long ago this was, because I was a Redditor before I was a game developer, you know? And so therefore, when I started game development, one of the reasons why PoE1 had so much interaction with the community on Reddit is just because like that's where I already hung out, you know, like, so therefore it was just an extension of the thing that I was already kind of doing. So it didn't feel like work to do that. And the trouble is it's very hard to maintain that kind of relationship when it feels like work. And so that's the challenge, right? Like it's very hard to artificially be like, I am going to engage with the community now. You know what I mean? Like it has to feel like a fun thing to do. So these interviews that I do like this, I do really enjoy these. Like I actually just have a lot of fun just answering questions and chatting and so on. And it's not kind of that. And I think that a lot of the reason is just because like, and quite frankly, you don't get the same level of like, just random person pops out and decides to say something that ruins your day. You know what I mean? Like that's the, like it's not as psychologically, difficult to chat on a thing like this. So like yeah, so that's the thing. But that being said, like over the Christmas period, I did engage with Reddit a bunch on the Path of Exile 2 subreddit, and I actually quite enjoyed that. And the only reason why I kind of stopped was just because I got busy with other things and so on. And I sort of was enjoying that again. So I was kind of hoping that I'd be able to do that again because it is fun to do. But yeah, it's sort of challenging. But the thing, the ultimate thing is that it has to not feel like work, and it has to not feel like you're just getting constantly. Well, no, because it feels unfair to say to the audience, "Hey, you're not allowed to say anything bad to me," right? Because obviously that's not okay either. Like you can't request that of anyone, because obviously they're going to have opinions, and all their opinions are real and all that sort of stuff, right? It's just that, you know, like it is tough, though, especially if you're the kind of person, which I think most people are, where you can see 100 great comments and then one comment you look at and you're like, crap, you know. And the thing is like it's very easy to dwell on that, as well as I am kind of want to do, being the kind of person who looks at a game and sees only the bad things in it. The you know, you see that one bad comment and it's like that sticks with you, and you think, oh man, you know, how can I turn this one person's opinion around? Like, what is the thing I have to do to fix this, you know, on its own? And that's just very draining, right?
Oh, no,
so
exactly
that's
yeah.
So that
The problem with that is that turning that one person's opinion around might require, like, I don't know, get their father to give them a hug. Like, it's probably got nothing to do with you. Like, it's probably got nothing to do with you or the game. They're probably miserable from IRL problems. Like, there's probably nothing you can do.
that is where the community outreach stuff is difficult. But also the reason why doing these kinds of formats of interviews all the time is great. Like, I'm happy to just do one of these every 2 weeks, and you know, like, we can just do that forever, and that's fine. And when the negative stuff is approached in a this kind of interview, people tend to not say it in a, you know, like sure, you're like, Meelee's crap, and I'm like, sure, you know, like, it doesn't bother me in the same way when it's delivered in this kind of context that it would if I was just reading comment after comment after comment about people complaining about whatever random thing. So it's a lot easier for us to absorb that way. And I know Mark, even in a previous interview, was saying that he would prefer if all feedback was delivered in the form of bingo charts, because like, he just finds that very easy to digest. You know, that's the kind of thing where, like, you know, like getting that information is very important. Like, we have to never lose sight of the fact that receiving the negativity is very, very important to do, but at the same time, you just have to do it in a way that's not quite so psychologically horrible.
A healthy way. I mean, I experienced it on YouTube a couple of weeks ago, making a video that was not received well at all, and I had to explain to people that negative comments do tiny amounts of psychic chip damage, but the positive comments, or as great as they are, they don't necessarily refill that. So you're losing 1 HP every single time. And people say to me, oh, just don't read the negative comments. I don't know they're negative until I've read them. And then after having read them, I'm thinking, wished I hadn't read that. I don't mind constructive criticism.
But yes, they also are important, though, right? Like, you can't just... And I'm always... The other thing as well is that once again, about the whole jaded thing, is that you have to always...
Just real quick, am I the weirdo? Because I feel like I wish I started right at the beginning of content creation, taking the most, like, heinously negative comments and just, like, keeping them all in a folder, because those are my favorite. When people get, like, so unreasonably upset that they look dumb and their thing is just, like, insulting for no reason, or, like, hugely negative for no good reason, those are my favorite. I love them. Now, I do also get negatively affected by negative comments if there are a lot of them. If the overwhelming reaction to what I've done is negative, I will be very affected by that. That will bother me. But when the overwhelming reaction is positive and there's just like 1 or 2 people who are really angry, I love that. I love it. I think it's hilarious. It's my favorite. And I recently started doing something that I learned from watching a Thor clip. What's his name? Pirate Software, which is one of my favorite things to do. Which is, as soon as you see someone who's put a really outrageously angry negative comment on, delete the comment. But do not block them. Because that person who's so outrageously angry that they were willing to write out a fucking novel about how much they hate you and how terrible of a person you are will come back a second time to comment on your video again, telling people that you delete bad comments. And now I've farmed you for engagement twice. Thanks. And that's hilarious. The more comments you leave, the better my video does. Thanks, buddy. So, just more engagement. Yep. I'm a D4 player. Is PoE worth it? Yes, but it is significantly harder to learn. You will have to spend more time than you're used to researching and learning things. There are plenty of resources, plenty of content creators, plenty of places to go to get all of that information. And if you hear that and you think, oh my god, that's the worst thing ever, I don't want to be doing any research ever, then no. But generally the community is really helpful. We'll have tons of things to learn, and if you're willing to learn, PoE is the best ARPG that's on the market, in my opinion. And I play D4 too, and I don't hate it. I wish it was better, but I still will go back every season and give it another go to change my mind. Like, I'm not super against it. It's nothing compared to this, but you will be learning. Any plans for the Torchlight launch? I have to figure out what time of the day it is, but I will definitely be playing Torchlight. But I have to figure out what time it is. I can't, I think it's midday. And I think that I finish a podcast at 11. So hopefully I can just be playing at midday. That'd be great. Anyway,
Just remember that every person who ever says something negative about your product has some reason for doing so, right? Like, even as disingenuous as some things might end up being, there's still some reason to do that. There is something, and like, I guess it can be.
All right, quick TLDR. What's Torchlight? Torchlight is an ARPG, far more fast-paced, destroy everything, have disgusting numbers oriented. It is my third favorite. It's my third favorite ARPG. After this, obviously, and then Last Epoch, but it is still really, really good. However, you are going to be turned off when you look at it because of its incredibly mobile looking UI. It looks very, very mobile game. That is why I didn't play the beta. It's why I didn't play the first release, and it's why I didn't play the first, or I think second season, because I looked at it and went, that's not a game for me. Look at that mobile game. It is deceptively far more in-depth and better than it looks like it's going to be. So I have to try and encourage people to just like look past that mobile looking UI and everything that it's got and give it an actual chance, because it is very, very good. It just looks like a mobile game. Right? And so you have to just get past that. You have a referral link for Torchlight. I will have. I'm supposed to get it today. It wasn't in my emails yet before I started stream. Well, actually, before I went to work. I didn't check when I got home. I will have a referral link for it, but I didn't have it yet. Unfortunately, I was hoping to get through this whole interview, but it turns out I have received warning signs. I'll be back.
get your magic find characters ready.
Whew. Well, at least that's far less frequent. At least that's far less frequent. Whew. With mana problems, I'm at 128 back point, but my mana is really bad. I fixed it with this. I put one jewel in that gained 2 mana per enemy hit. That's per hit, not per attack. So with 14 projectiles that go out, hit everything, and then return, it's a billion mana back. And then, oh yeah. There's a self in the past. This is Gastro, apparently. Alright, let's keep playing this. I was hoping I'd make it to the end without having to go on a bathroom break, but oh well.
Once again, a bit unhealthy to even think that way, because you end up chasing to fix every single problem anyone ever has. But at the same time, you do need to know about the stuff that's bad. Otherwise, you're just living in denial. And with PoE 2, one thing that's super important.
No, not at all. Just the attack speed.
I never want to live in that denial ever. Like, I want to be of the case of, like, if there is a problem, we do actually need to take it on and try and fix it. Like, we can't have excuses anymore, because it's very easy to have excuses, and it's especially easy to have excuses when you're running a live game, because you can always use the excuse of change is hard and people won't accept this and people won't accept that and all these other things, right? The excuses are very easy to generate. But there really should be no excuses when you're making a sequel, because everything then is up for change, right? Like, we can change anything that people do have problems with. We should be able to come up with a better system. And so that whole, like, sort of no excuses way of looking at things, I think is just ultra important.
Regular
Something that I think I did improve on in the last probably 2 years or 3 years maybe, compared to before, where I was less willing to open up things to change. And you know, and the funny thing about that as well is that another interesting phenomenon we've had is that we will open that up for discussion for PoE 2. We'll make a change, and then once we've done it in PoE 2, we're like, well, why aren't we doing this in PoE 1? It's just better. And so there's actually been more of that, like, kind of things that we've decided, hey, you know, what if we could actually change this? It's slow because, you know, once again, you've got the whole community to deal with, but we are, like, I would say that making PoE 2 is affecting PoE 1 in this way, where we're more open to changing things about it because of the fact that we're able to kind of like see what it's like to do it, or, you know, and even it can be as simple as, like, when we actually went to do it, we found it wasn't as hard as we thought it was going to be, and that's just like a classic psychological issue, right? Of, like, you know, you procrastinate on something forever, and then when you actually go to do it, you're like, oh, actually, you know what? That turned out to be easy. It wasn't nearly as bad as I thought. And so sometimes you're sort of getting that situation as well, when you really say, okay, we're going to do this now. It turns out it wasn't quite as bad to implement as we thought, and you know what? Maybe we could just do it in PoE 1 as well. So,
I love that you have the freedom to explore that. Now, one thing I'd like to push into and look at, and we're getting toward the end of the interview in general, but here's something I'm really interested in. We've spoken about what you've learned from games that you've liked. Now, I always think you can learn a hell of a lot from bad stuff. You can learn a hell of a lot about either what you don't want to do, or you can see one system that shines within an otherwise poor game. Now, I'm not asking you to specifically throw shade at any game designers or developers or games that you might not like, but I'll give you an example from myself in a second so we know it's all fair. I'd like you to have a think about the games that you've played that you thought were bad. I'm not going to say the letter and the number combination that chat are asking me to say, because it's too easy. I'm not going to do that. Games that you've played that were bad, but had one system in that you thought, that is fantastic, I'm taking it, I'm learning from it. Here's an example from me. I'm recently playing an MMO called Karos to make a video on it. It's a bad game in general, but in the game there is a mount system. The mount is actually tied to the shoulder pads that your character wears. So when you get given a mount, it's actually kind of summoned by your shoulder pads. And when you put them on, the shoulder pads take the form of the shape of the head of the mount that you're going to have. So I got given a tiger mount, actually. And my shoulder pads were now tigers, which looks really cool. And when I'm running around all of the kind of cities and whatnot, and I'm seeing other players, and someone's got like a metal elephant shoulder pad on, and someone else has got a bat shoulder pad on, it's telling me the kind of mount that they ride out in the wild, and I think that's really cool. So, yeah, it's a bad game, but it's got a pretty good system in it that I would like to see used again.
It kind of is cool.
What games have you played that you think are bad, but do something really well?
That's a really tough question to think of. I'm trying to think of what games I've played recently that are bad that I...
It can be old games that you played as a child. So I played Devil May Cry 2 through as a child, unfortunately. And looking back on that now, that's one of the few games that I can't think of anything positive at all.
You know what's funny? You know it's funny because like people will probably kill me for this, but the only Devil May Cry game I played was DMC Devil May Cry, which I believe is the one that, from my understanding anyway, not being in that community, is the one that a lot of the people hated. Like it's because it wasn't made with the same developer or some other stuff like that.
Jonathan,
so,
you're losing
yeah.
the chat. You're losing the.
I know, exactly.
Everyone loved you up until this point, Jonathan. It was really positive, and we've gone with emo Dante. This is not a. It's okay.
I
So
know.
what can we learn from that game?
I was informed as to how terrible my Devil May Cry experience is. But anyway, I'm trying to think about the question. So I mean, look, the obvious one that people will want me to talk about is D4, of course. Even though
You said
say
it,
it's
not
too
me.
easy.
I didn't say it. I haven't brought it up.
Yeah.
How big
What
is
did
the
I
party that you guys throw every time Blizzard fuck up? Is there like a fund set aside for it, and they release something, and you're like, guys, get the party poppers out. We're gonna have a surge of players.
I don't.
You can't just directly ask that. What did I miss? Josh Strive just outright said, how big is the party that you guys throw every time Diablo people fuck up? You can't just directly ask it like that. Oh my god, imagine if that was the answer. Imagine if the answer was, we can't throw a party every time.
Feel that way, honestly, because when I look at that, I feel more like
Sadness.
I mean, it may sound trite, but I don't really celebrate the bad things that happen to others, if you know what I mean. Like, I mean, that sounds like I'm being
He's
overly
such a
political
good
when I say
man.
that, but
Chat, we can't even hate Jonathan. He's like, you can do better. I love it.
what I feel in my heart is the pain that they must be feeling, if you know what I mean. Whenever I see that, because I am a developer, and so I relate easily to that. And so that's kind of what I look at. And so I mean, look, if I look at some games recently that I did feel were like absolutely terrible, that I can just be like, yeah, whatever, that was just garbage. Like, so Starfield jumps to mind. Like that that game.
Yep.
Yeah, that game.
But why? Why was it bad? What did it do that didn't meet your expectations? Or you, as a game designer, a game developer, you were playing it and you were thinking, why on earth have they chosen to do this?
So right from the beginning, the plot was like a problem for me. It didn't seem to make narrative sense right at the beginning, and that was concerning to me. The other thing I actually hate that, and so games that do this have a hard time winning me back, is when they put you in a giant mega city very early, and there's
and it's
no
very expensive.
like it's too like. I much prefer games that have smaller hubs than what that game has. So, like, just I know some people love exploring that kind of stuff, and that's for them. But for me, I tend to not really like that sort of stuff. So there was that going on. The next one is that the gunplay was bad, and you could see the gunplay was bad right from the first trailers they were launched. Like, it just wasn't. It didn't look right. I actually, you know, it's funny. I for some reason seem to be able to tell whether FPS combat is going to be good just from the trailer. Like, it's actually fairly easy for me to see, and I could just tell right from the word go that Starfield's gunplay wasn't going to be that great.
You've won
so
the
that's
chat
another
back. Everyone's like, we're back on board.
Right.
We can forget the Devil May Cry stuff. We're back on board with Jonathan.
Yeah. And then the other one was as well is that I'm not personally a fan of the whole here's a bajillion items, all of which are junk. Which
that's what we do now.
Fantasy game like Skyrim, you can actually get away with, because most people know that like cheese isn't necessarily something that matters to your character. But
you're
in a
talking about like
sci-fi
actual
game,
junk.
when you've got like some random object that's called like a quantum, you know, whatever doohickey, right? Like, how do I know whether this is some important crafting material or whether it's just some random piece of junk? So I think that sci-fi wasn't doing that game any favors when it comes to that loot system, as far as items go.
That links back to the idea that we spoke about earlier of effectively coding anything in your game with what the audience expectation already is, the Jungian archetypes, and the idea of having classes. When you give a player in a fantasy game random bit of string, they're thinking, okay, I don't need this. But when you give a player in a fantasy sci-fi game, important sensor module, you're thinking this is a key item that's going to be relevant to the game, when it's actually a random piece of junk. So I can understand where you're coming from with that.
In fact, sci-fi is just a straight up uphill battle in all respects with regard to this stuff. Like, there's so much player expectation around fantasy that you can just lean on really hard. And it's funny because, like, okay, even just trying to come. So I've actually tried as just a design exercise before to come up with a mod system for a sci-fi game, and coming up with an interesting mod system for guns is so hard. Like, it is actually it is 1,000 times harder than coming up with one for like, the idea of the magical sword is just so ingrained in the psyche of what a magical sword might do. Is just like, it's so easy compared to what you have to do for sci-fi. So yeah, like that's just straight up hard in itself. Yeah, I was playing that game. I mean, people talk about as well about the okay, so the thing that people did like, and the thing that generally was very well received in that game, was the shipbuilding system. That's the kind of thing that I do actually like, doing that kind of stuff. I'm a fan of this kind of stuff. So yeah, that is and this is probably a very easy answer, because this is the thing that a million people have said, right? That, oh yeah, Starfield was bad, but the shipbuilding was cool.
I have horrible single target in this build, but are the biggest damage upgrades Amateur whose gaze being 20 div. Every person I've looked at that said I have horrible single target has had accuracy problems. You either need to have hits can't be evaded crafted on your weapon, or just take resolute technique. It's been that 9 out of 10 times.
Cool, and they're absolutely right about that. That is an example. Not to say that I have a shipbuilding Path of Exile idea that I want to steal from, but you never know.
Can you confirm that now? Someone in the chat earlier, Jonathan, said this stream has not given us any new Path of Exile 2 information, and I fundamentally disagree with that. We've already had several new systems that you've mentioned.
It has,
several things that I don't know whether you should have mentioned or not, but they are there. So if anyone in the chat goes back and watches this,
damage
there
numbers
is information there.
Huge.
Jonathan, can you or can you not confirm that you want to bring some kind of boat building to Path of Exile 2?
The number of times we've gone to design a league, and then the start of the conversation is, okay, so we're finally going to do boat building league. It's happened so many times. And then so many times it would be like, oh, we can't do it. We've got, for various reasons, it's just never actually managed to work. Yeah, that is actually, funnily enough, a thing that we've actually wanted to do.
Gain mana per enemy hit with attack.
I'm not hearing a no, Jonathan. I'm hearing a lot of justification for why you haven't done it yet, but I'm not hearing no.
There's a whole island act. So therefore there is and you do have a boat. There's just no there's just currently no upgrade systems for it. But there will be the potential.
Currently no upgrade systems.
There's potential there for a starting point for how a boat building league could happen in PoE2 potentially. So I guess we'll see if that happens one day.
So many years from now, when there is one, we can look back on this interview and say it was always prophesized, was always going to be there. Jonathan, let's really split the chat down the middle on this one. Have you played many Elder Scrolls games, Morrowind, Oblivion, or Skyrim?
So Skyrim, yes. Morrowind, yes, but not as much as I should have probably played it. I certainly didn't beat that one. Oblivion, how far did I get through Oblivion? I didn't finish.
What is the best Elder Scrolls game?
I mean, if you look at it in terms of the ones that I finished, then it would have to be Skyrim, although I'm sure there's a lot of disagreement about that. But Skyrim was the one that actually finally managed to get me to really go for it and get. So the Devil May Cry
comment that dropped you down. The Skyrim, we're way down there.
I'm sure.
Did you mean Morrowind, Jonathan?
Yeah. But here's the thing, right? As I said, like, I just never really got into Morrowind for whatever reason. So therefore, I don't have enough experience to say that it's better. Like, I effectively, Skyrim wins by default due to the fact that is the one that I finished.
I'm hearing you say Morrowind, Jonathan. I'm throwing you a lifeline on this one. I'm saving you in the chat. He likes Morrowind. It's fine.
So this, I wish that I knew why it was that I bounced off Morrowind. Because there really should be no reason why I did particularly, and I sort of wonder what happened there. I'm trying to think back.
Morrowind is difficult in the start because, in fact, this ties in really nicely to PoE2. Morrowind is a game that is easy if you already know exactly what you need to do and exactly where everything is, and you don't need to wiki everything because there are things that you can miss and lock yourself out of. People have said to me they find Path of Exile 1 difficult because it's a game you have to play with either advanced knowledge of what you're about to do or the wiki open at the same time. And I still believe that the sphere grid, if you will, on Path of Exile 1 is intimidating the first time you see it, and you really do need to kind of know where you're going to go to. What checks and balances, what measures are you putting into Path of Exile 2 that's going to help keep a player in the game instead of them feeling that they need to go and search for outside knowledge?
That is a very, very hard question. Now, it's funny because one of the very first videos I ever saw of yours was the YouTube short where you opened the Path of Exile skill tree. and the thing you first said was...
Yeah, the idea of...
Is there a way to make a pure cold conversion of Holy Relic work? Not quite pure cold, but mostly cold. Gazzy did it. On my written guide, there's a link to his written guide at the top. If you want to do a Guardian version. Guardian is elemental conversion, and it seems to work pretty good too. Currently using your filters on my bone shader jug. Are they up to date, or do I have to update them myself? Thanks a lot for the work. If they're blue, then they're automatically up to date. If they look like these, if they're these color, they're subscribed. You get the updates whenever I push them. You have to do nothing. I update them whenever they need updating. Very often early in a league, not as often later in a league. But as long as they're that color in game, they're up to date. Oh, couldn't see the video was in the way. You're right. The place where item filters is, if it's blue text instead of white, those are subscribed.
It was something like you said something along the lines of I don't like it when games have all the complexity up front rather than having it so that the game evolves over time and gets more complicated as you go through it. Which I don't actually disagree with, by the way, as a point. But okay, here's a random anecdote.
Hang on.
I feel like I'm
hold on.
So
wait.
When before Path of Exile,
wait. Removes a random modifier and adds a random veiled modifier. Aren't you guaranteeing that you're going to remove minion damage here? Nope, you're guaranteeing that you're going to... Oh, you're 50-50ing. Right, you've got prefixes can't be changed. So it could remove the attack speed or it could remove the prefixes can't be changed. Okay. I don't know if that's the way it's done. I have no idea if that's... I have no idea how this was made, to be honest. Tell that person to stop. Yeah, it doesn't look right. Yeah. So that ended up with a prefix. Too late. The important thing that people need to know about this sword is that even if you want to upgrade into this abyssal socket sword, we're talking about one passive point. If you just take Resolute Technique, this abyssal socket sword becomes way easier to make because the 8-second crafted trigger is fine. It doesn't matter if it's the 8-second or the 4-second one. So it's you're putting in all this extra work to save one passive point. With an unlimited budget, that's worth it. One passive point in this build is worth like 1.6 million DPS or so on average. So like eventually it's worth it. But you can get an abyssal socket sword much cheaper. You don't have to jump from garbage sword I threw an essence on all the way to this in one go, which could cost you up to like 200 div to craft. Right? There's an area in the middle where you can just be like, oh, I could just fracture an abyssal socket and then essence hit and then just craft trigger and then just take Resolute Technique. And that's way cheaper. Right? That's way cheaper to make because you're skipping the most expensive part. it's one passive point. Yes, those are worth like 1.6 million DPS or whatever, but like you don't have to jump all the way to the end, right? Just saying. Momo, thank you for the raid. Might warrant a crafting guide. It might.
XL1 shipped.
Anyway.
Actually, not very long before it shipped. I had a thing that I was pretty in favor of. Chris was very much not in favor of, and I was convinced to go the other way with it, for probably good reasons. Which was that should there be Fog of War on the passive skill tree?
Ooh. No.
So this was a
But I get it.
idea that we're like, okay, well, first of all, anyone who opens the skill tree, like, okay, the skill tree will just be online. It'll be there, right? So having Fog of War on it won't change the fact that you could still plan a build.
Maybe
right? Like
as
you
a
can-
doing
tutorial,
great.
like a smaller separate tree, or the first few bits as a tutorial, and then when you've taken 3 or 4 steps, it opens up.
I mean, I was literally suggesting at the time that we just have it so that, just like how it works in an RTS game, right? Where like you can see a certain distance from the node that you've got that you've allocated. So effectively, like you don't know what you're going to find until you get there. Now, I don't think this was a good idea by any means now, really, because you do need to have goals. There's a lot of other things going on and so on. But that was the thing, right? And that was an attempt to solve that problem of like, can we make it so that the passive skill doesn't seem so complicated when you first open it? Now, the other idea I came up with when that idea was bad was, okay, should we have an unlock system whereby sections of the tree get unlocked by certain in-game actions so that like you have to, so the thinking here was like, okay, like, and maybe this wasn't I'm just going to pick like, because this was not really a fully thought through system, but let's say that you kill 500 people with a sword, and now the sword area of the skill tree opens up because you've demonstrated the fact that you're interested in specializing more into this or something like that. Like we kind of had this idea of like slowly opening up, and the idea was that you could see adjacent chunks and what the conditions were that would unlock them, and then we even thought maybe what you could do is have it so that once a chunk was unlocked on one character, that it's unlocked for all your characters, so that you've kind of got this idea of like you're slowly unlocking the whole tree for your account or something like that. And
I mean,
we just had these
systemically,
like vague ideas.
That's really close to masteries. The idea of you go through the ascendancies and you go through the gauntlet, and then you get another smaller skill tree that you're able to build onto and add to by getting points from doing that. So while everyone in the chat's saying, no, don't lock off specific areas.
Oh, no. I'm not saying we do that now.
Achieving something is great.
Right. So I actually quite liked this back when I first proposed it, but the reason I was talked out of it, well, there's a few reasons, and probably the reasons that a lot of people in chat will be having, right? Like they are valid concerns to have. So there's a lot of it comes down to the fact that we felt that showing the whole skill tree was the least bad option as far as wanting to have a skill tree like this is concerned. Like I don't think that there would be a way to have a skill tree like this without doing it where you can see the whole thing like this.
I kind of
Get
agree.
your magic
Now,
find characters
in
ready.
order for that to not be the case, you have to fundamentally change the skill tree in some other way. So like the thing I just said, for example, that has the like locked up stuff. Like there would be a way to not have this problem, but it would fundamentally change the skill tree in ways that I think Path of Exile players probably wouldn't like. And so therefore, in the discussion came up again for PoE2. Should we try and change the skill tree in a way where you don't have this moment of opening up the skill tree and it's like this big thing? Now, I am now of the opinion that
Just before that gets answered, some of my favorite clips that I've seen from PoE ever are people the fact that I even know what that is says volumes. Is when people like for the first time ever play it and they go and they start like here and they go, what the fuck? Right? Like that. I love those. And they're like looking around and they're like, what? Like, I love them. I love those things. They're hilarious. They're great. They're relatable because I felt like that when I first opened it. I love those. I love those. I'm looking over here and say what I miss other than Amanamahus. Generally yes, but not while we're in the middle of this. We're getting close to the end though.
This is so iconic for Path of Exile that I don't think it's something that we could change. Like, it actually would kill a lot of the the giant skill tree that you see when you open up the first, that moment of discovery when you first open it up is actually iconic enough that it's become a thing in of itself in some way. That's part of the Path of Exile experience in some level, is like that moment. So I don't think I would want to get rid of that. I think it is actually sort of important, but at the same time there is that niggle of annoyingness where I'm like, I agree with you on some level that you want the complexity to
the what?
slowly
Sorry?
evolve over time. And the trouble with a skill tree like
Excuse me, keep playing. I didn't pause that. I did not pause that. I do not. I do not know what that is. A cause of a slap is persistent annoyance, discomfort, or anxiety. Huh. Okay. Hey, can you keep playing, bud? I didn't pause you. What's going on? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It appears to have frozen. Uh-oh. Page unresponsive. No, don't do that. Wait, I believe in you. I don't know how far through we are. I can... Oh. Okay. Okay, it's gone, whether I like it or not. That was the end. It got cancelled. Okay, well, it was somewhere down here.
Jungian archetypes
no,
now do
sure,
having
yeah.
classes. When you give a player in a fantasy game random bit of string, they're thinking
Bit further.
this ties in really nicely to PoE too. Morrowind is a game that is easy if you already know exactly what you need to do and exactly where everything is, and you don't need to wiki everything because there are things that you can miss and lock yourself out of. People have said to me they find Path of Exile 1 difficult because it's a game you have to play with either advanced knowledge of what you're about to do.
A little bit further.
like it when games have all the complexity up front rather than having it so that the game evolves
Somewhere
over
here.
time and gets more complicated as you go through it.
It was
Which
relatively
I don't
close.
actually disagree with, by the way, as a point. But okay, here's a random anecdote for you. I feel like I'm way off topic. Whatever, we'll just do it anyway. When before Path of Exile 1 shipped, actually not very long before it shipped, I had a thing that I was pretty in favor of. Chris was very much not in favor of, and I was convinced to go the other way with it for probably good reasons. Which was that should there be Fog of War on the passive skill tree?
Ooh, okay.
So this was a idea that we're like, okay, well, first of all, anyone who opens the skill tree, the skill tree will just be online. It'll be there, right? So having Fog of War on it won't change the fact that you could still plan a build.
Maybe
right?
as a tutorial, like a smaller separate tree, or the first few bits as a tutorial, and then when you've taken 3 or 4 steps, it opens up.
I mean, I was literally suggesting at the time that we just have it so that, just like how it works in an RTS game, right? Where like you can see a certain distance from the node that you've got that you've allocated. So effectively, like you don't know what you're going to find until you get there. Now, I don't think this was a good idea by any means now, really, because you do need to have goals. There's a lot of other things going on and so on. But that was the thing, right? And that was an attempt to solve that problem of like, can we make it so that the passive skill doesn't seem so complicated when you first open it? Now.
Are you sure you want me doing these? The idea is to turn these back into a unique, but with 4 anoints already on them. Will that one do? What about that one? Will either of them do the trick? Easy. Easy. Let's go. That second one's actually even better rolled. Hang on, let's look at that second one real quick. 32 on the stat, 14 on the all res, 1.9 on the leech, and 40% damage. Yep. Nice. I don't know how much those are worth now, but
The other idea I came up with when that idea was bad was, okay, should we have an unlock system whereby sections of the tree get unlocked by certain in-game actions, where so that like you have to, so the thinking here was like, okay, like, and maybe this wasn't a, like, I'm just going to pick, like, because this was not really a fully thought through system, but let's say that you kill, like, you know, 500 people with a sword, and now the sword area of the skill tree opens up because you've demonstrated the fact that you're interested in specializing more into this or something like that. Like, we kind of had this idea of like slowly opening up in the.
okay, so for anyone who's wondering how that happened, there's a unique blight amulet that's relatively expensive. I think it's like 30 to 50 div or something, that does nothing except allow you to have 4 anoints. So you take that blight amulet, you anoint it 4 times, and then you varl it, hoping that the outcome becomes a brick into a rare. And then you use a mythic orb, hoping that the outcome is turn it into a unique. For all the failures, yep, Strangle Grasp. Can have 3 additional anoints. But whenever you varl it, if it just does this, then it's trash. Right? Uh, 0.8 is 113. It's a very, very expensive endeavor, by the way. A very, very, very expensive endeavor. And it can become one of 2 amulets if succeeded. Keep going.
The idea was that you could see adjacent chunks and what the conditions were that would
More than
unlock
2?
them.
I thought there were only 2.
And then we even thought maybe what you could do is have it so that once a chunk was unlocked on one character, that it's unlocked for all your characters, so that you've kind of got this idea of like you're slowly unlocking the whole tree for your account or something like that.
I mean,
we just had these like vague ideas.
That's really close to masteries. The idea of you go through the ascendancies and you go through the gauntlet, and then you get another smaller skill tree that you're able to build onto and add to by getting points from doing that. So while everyone in the chat's saying, no, don't lock off specific areas.
Oh, no. I'm not saying we'll do that now.
Achieving something is great.
Right. So I actually quite liked this back when I first proposed it, but the reason I was talked out of it, well, there's a few reasons, and probably the reasons that a lot of people in chat will be having, right? Like, they are valid concerns to have. So there's a lot of it comes down to the fact that we felt that showing the whole skill tree was the least bad option as far as wanting to have a skill tree like this is concerned. Like, I don't think that there would be a way to have a skill tree like this without doing it where you can see the whole thing like this. Now, in order for that to not be the case, you'd have to fundamentally change the skill tree in some other way. So like the thing I just said, for example, that has the like locked off stuff, like there would be a way to not have this problem, but it would fundamentally change the skill tree in ways that I think Path of Exile players probably wouldn't like. And so therefore, in the discussion came up again for PoE2. Should we try and change the skill tree in a way where you don't have this moment of opening up the skill tree and it's like this big thing? Now, am now of the opinion that this is so iconic for Path of Exile that I don't think it's something that we could change. Like, it actually would kill a lot of the the giant skill tree that you see when you open up that moment of discovery when you first open it up is actually iconic enough that it's become a thing in of itself in some way.
It most certainly has.
It's part of the Path of Exile experience in some level of that moment. So I don't think I would want to get rid of that. I think it is actually sort of important, but at the same time there is that niggle of annoyingness where I'm like, I agree with you on some level that you want the complexity to slowly evolve over time. And the trouble with a skill tree like this is the fact that, okay, no matter how simple, no matter how understandable you make options, if you have 1,000 of them, then the complexity is in which ones should I pick. So there may, it isn't probably possible to make a simple but giant passive skill tree. So yeah, that's the tricky part about it. Now we are going to improve all the things we can improve as far as being able to understand the stats, and we've got things that can show you what the exact result of allocating them are and things like that. There's a lot of pitfalls we can improve and so on there. But once again, it's very hard to make it so that the thing that you don't necessarily want to open up a build guide. Now the next question is, okay, so there are build guides on the internet. There are always going to be build guides no matter what you do, right? So the question entirely is, do we want to disencourage, encourage, not sure which way round you look at it, but do we want to encourage not looking at them? That's an interesting question.
Take a player out of the game itself, they're suddenly metagaming the mechanics within the game. One example that I was given about, because I love the complexity of the skill tree. I do. I genuinely do love it as a whole thing. I think what was difficult for me was that moment of seeing it and being immediately overwhelmed. So I would love it if there was even just a slight ramp up to the level of overwhelm instead of having it thrown at me. Because as soon as I opened it, someone said
I get it.
Just the simplicity of having it zoomed in as soon as you open it instead of opening it to an already zoomed out state. So I think the default is opening it zoomed out.
You're actually wrong about that. You're actually wrong about it. It does open zoomed in, and then you have to zoom out manually.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But everyone does.
A couple of years ago.
Everyone does, though.
Okay. But one of the ideas that we looked at and that I was discussing, this actually comes from martial arts many, many years ago. If I've got it wrong, I'll go back and watch the video I've got. But if I've got it wrong, then I've got it wrong, and I experienced it and remember it wrong. But one thing that I remember vividly from a martial arts lesson was the instructor saying to me, if you walk around the corner and somebody surprise attacks you, even if you know what to do in that situation, because you've had no preparation for it, you are at a massive disadvantage. If you were walking around the corner and someone grabbed you just 5 seconds before and said, hey, there's a guy around there waiting for you, that tiny bit of preparation gives my brain the chance to prepare for what it's about to see, access the bits that it needs, and then go around the corner with an expectation of what I'm about to do. So when this huge, big sphere grid, this level up system is shown to me, I am not expecting the complexity of it. If there was a level to maybe have the first or second level up be tutorialized, if you will, of saying, hey, go here, here, or here for a general build. Choose this one for a melee class, this one for a range class, this one for a magic class. And then the next level up from that was maybe slightly tutorialized. Let's say you went into magic. Do you want to increase your magical shield or your magical damage? Once you've done those two, you can then say to the player, right, the rest of this is about to unlock for you. Good luck with it. And then it kind of zooms out. It would have set my expectations for what I need to do and the level of complexity I'm about to deal with. Is there a way that you can set player expectations for the complexity they're about to be faced with in a way that wouldn't intimidate them?
Well, are you then in favor of the fog of war idea, but basically at the start, so you just can't see the whole rest of the tree right at the beginning, and then it kind of shows you it at some point?
I think if a player takes the initiative to want to zoom out instead of following a tutorial idea of click one of these three where it's quite zoomed in, like if they say I'm going to actively take the initiative of seeing how complicated this can be, then they should be allowed to do that. So let's imagine that it zooms in, you've got the three choices that you can do, and then there's a little tick box in the corner saying tutorial on. You know, level up tutorial for the first 3 levels, yes, no. And as soon as you click no, zooms out, you can do it again. So a brand new player has a choice of playing through a simplified start, but an experienced player can straight away turn it off and go, I know what I'm doing, let's just get straight to it.
So if you just play a random RPG and you open the map and the map is zoomed in around where you are, what's the first thing you do?
You zoom out.
Exactly.
But then away, I've got the idea of it being zoomed in. I'm prepared for the map. I mean, the first, let's say the first map on old school RuneScape is the tutorial island, which is a very small zone that introduces you to moving about on the map itself. I mean, even in Dark Souls, the very first zone is the Undead Asylum, which is a very small, concentrated version of the rest of the game. Elden Ring, when you first walk out into Limgrave and you've got that huge big open world in front.
Are you reflecting me with this build? Technically, no. But you don't do enough damage to ever hurt yourself compared to the life gain on hit, yeah. You just don't do enough damage to ever hurt yourself. The reason for that is because I don't take spiritual aid. I've got like something like 700% or 800% increased minion damage. If I took spiritual aid, I would suddenly deal enough damage to hurt myself. And that would be not great.
Front of you, but you've already fought some enemies to get there, and now you're ready to do it.
I guess the thing that they do, though, typically in a game like that is that the points of interest, as it were, tend to be only appearing as you get closer to that area of the map. So it means that all you can really see is just the visuals. I don't really know what the analog would quite be on a passive skill tree for something like that. Like you could theoretically have something where you can see vaguely. I don't know. It doesn't quite work. It is a problem I would love to solve, but it really is one that I like thinking about it. I do find it very hard to come up with something that I think that both that players would like and also feels like Path of Exile and also has this like problem solved. You know, like it is actually quite, it is tough.
I mean, we're not going to solve this. I'm definitely not going to solve this. You guys have had years to think about this.
Aren't we though? You never know.
We might find an idea because your specialization is finding bad ideas and not doing them, and my specialization is coming up with a lot of ideas. So if I come up with a lot of ideas, 99% will be bad, but eventually I'll say something randomly off the cuff, you'll turn around and go, that's not great itself, but we can work with it, and then we mold it into something that might actually be quite useful. People are saying in the chat that the point of the complexity of the skill tree is to effectively scare away players who aren't going to like the game as a whole. And it's
not necessarily something I fully agree with.
I don't agree with that. I would like new players. I love Path of Exile. I love the gameplay of it. I love the vibe of it. I love the story, the narrative, the level up system. I think it's a great game. I just want to get rid of those tiny quit moments that would make a player that isn't convinced it's for them stick with it a little bit longer until they then turn around and say, actually, no, I get it now. There's that moment of, I get it now. And we want to keep people playing until that happens.
I want to give you one other analog to this, though, that is going in the opposite direction, just as another point here, which is that what we've found and is that, for example, if you don't die in a game till like level 30, then the expectation is that you don't die, and then when you die, you feel frustrated. Whereas if you kill the player very early on, then the expectation is that you die, and it sets that expectation for the rest of the game. And so I suppose you could argue a similar thing with the skill tree of that, like if the expectation is this is going to be a game with big skill trees that you have to make choices in, then you could argue that sort of sets an expectation that you then meet for the rest of the game. Whereas maybe if you get to level 30, for example,
true, but you don't die to the first enemy.
10, you get to level 10 and then suddenly there's a giant skill tree, like, shit. And then like now it's like, oh, this isn't the game I thought I was playing, and now you actually feel worse about it. It's sort of hard to know though.
But could we pace the skill tree exposure the same as the death exposure? Because for me, I would say the most deaths in Path of Exile 1, especially to casual players, the first part of the beach is fine. You get to the first kind of hub zone, then you go out onto the beach, and the second beach bit, there's an enemy that I think casts fire on you and just throws a ton of kind of AoE fire around you. That's the kind of one that I'm thinking of. Or the mud flats, as soon as you get to it, that's when you die. So you've had the first bit, we totally get it. I mean, the first exposure to links and gems is tutorialized. Get them, put them there, put them there, put them there, they link together. I would love it if the skill tree, which so far seems to be the biggest sticking point, if you will, though, for new players, was exposed in the same way as the death, like you've said. You don't kill them straight away, but you do kill them early, or you do make it a challenge early and give them the chance to die early. So
Kill them early.
maybe the skill tree slowly grows in complexity over the first half an hour of gameplay.
Yeah, I just need to find. I would need to come up with a way to make it happen. And as I said, it's a very difficult one. It really is.
The search function, by the way, is fantastic. We can all, every single person in the chat can collectively agree the search box on the skill tree to search for specific words is fantastic. We are all collectively in agreement that's a good choice. Jonathan, was that you?
I don't think it was.
You could have said yes. You would have had the chat entirely on your side. You could have taken that glory, but you didn't.
Yes.
Thank you for being
But
honest.
the one that is me and will be new in PoE2 that I'm actually very proud of is the fact that now you can see the difference to your character from hovering over any skill in PoE2. So you can press shift and you'll get here's the stat changes that will result, and specifically here are the DPS differences that will result in all of your skills from allocating the skill point. So that will actually, I think, aid a lot of people. And we're even going to have that for equipping items and even leveling up gems. And basically anywhere where a stat would change, there'll be a preview to be able to see what the result of that change will be before you do it. So that one I will take credit for getting that sorted out. And that's one I think will help for sure.
Perfect. Beautiful. I'm a big fan of whenever I hover over a piece of equipment, an item or weapon or armor, I hold shift and I can see the changes in, what I'm currently wearing, what that is, what'll go up, what'll go down, because that way I am given information and I feel like I'm making the choice correctly. I feel like I'm making the choice with all available information, and that is right for me. And if that's
Right. It's okay. Gotta shut that down real quick. Because it's not apples to apples. Path of Building does not understand how the base damage or the level scaling or the cooldown works. What it does understand is what flat damage does. So if you take out the Dialas, move down a quality slot, lose a few levels on the gem, it doesn't understand how much damage we've lost. It thinks it's this much damage we lost, but we actually lost this much damage. And then when you add the flat of like added chaos, it thinks it adds this much damage, but it actually doesn't. It adds this much damage. We literally cannot even compare different Holy Relic builds in Path of Building because it actually doesn't know what the base damage is. And that's where all the scaling is coming from. It has no clue. It's a problem because it makes comparing different Holy Relic builds out of game basically impossible. There are different versions of this, but the only way to tell whether one of them is going to be better or not has got nothing to do with the numbers. The numbers in Path of Building, for offense at least, mean nothing. You literally have to build it and play it and compare your in-game experience. That's the only way we can tell right now.
That's a bad choice. That's then on me, not on the game. Is it going to be slightly easier to respec in Path of Exile 2 if you suddenly decide you don't like what you've built into?
Yeah, so we've already talked a bit about how we're going to use gold to do the respec system. We didn't really have anything like that before that could quite make that work. Yeah, that should make it easier. What we of course have to work out is what the balance of this is, because I'm always been a proponent of the fact that respecing should be a journey. When it is a thing where you just push a button and you respect, and there's
good
no,
and you should.
And there's nothing to it at all.
I just haven't, but I should.
I often have experienced myself a big feeling of dislocation from my character, where I no longer identify with it anymore. And especially what's annoying is that when you reallocate everything all at once, you get into the situation where you can often feel like, like it just never quite feels right again. This may not be the experience that everyone gets, but the whole just like push a button, your character's fully respec, you reallocate everything again moment has just been very dislocating for me. So I much prefer the journey. And yeah, we're doing it with gold prices in PoE2. That will mean that it's cheaper the earlier you do it. and that should mean that, like, you know, the thing a lot of people say is just it's the early game respecking that they're more concerned about. So that kind of does achieve that.
I also 100% agree with this. I don't like respecking my characters at all. They feel like they lose their entire identity. I literally leveled a second minion necromancer because I played Poison SRS to begin with, then played a different build. Then I was like, oh, Holy Relic, I got to do this thing. And I made a new necromancer because just respecking a finished character at level 96 or something over to a new build is just, I just no longer am interested in that at all. Like, it's not, I don't want to do that. So I 100% agree. I do not want to respec my entire character from head to toe.
And you know, who would have guessed that having gold in an RPG?
People with like us with jobs can't be doing that, Baylor. I mean, you don't have to right now. You can fully respec. But also, I work 30 to 35 hours a week right now. Not quite full time, but I do work. I do have an IRL job.
RPG would be a useful mechanic. That turns out there are
took you a
reasons
couple of
people
years,
do that.
but you guys went, you know what? They're probably onto something here.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
There's an old game I played years ago. I can't remember the exact one it was, but respecking had you fight yourself. And I forget which game it was. If I find out, I'll let you know. There was a...
What?
If you chose to respec, it was an old RPG. You had to go through like a gauntlet of enemies, and the final boss was you, exactly as you are, with your own kind of weapons and your own stats, but you had... your evil you had unlimited health, and the more damage you could do to evil you in this fight, the more kind of skill points you would effectively rip away from yourself when the fight finished. And when the fight finished and you finally died, you showed how much damage you did to you, and this is how many skill points you've now managed to take away from yourself, and you can choose to reallocate them already there. That was really cool.
Hilarious.
Because if you were super powerful, respecking was then relatively difficult because you had to fight super powered you. Whereas if you were mid-length, mid-level, fighting mid-level you was actually okay because you didn't have all the skills, and the computer used to play you really well.
You know, where I thought you were going with that was that you did your respec, and then to lock it in, you had to beat yourself with your old build. And then the theory being that you have to be able to be better than what you were before you did you have to prove that your respec is better than what you had before.
That would be
was kind of
cool.
an interesting idea.
If there is
Just
a
an interesting
kind of
idea.
league in the future where you have to fight an evil mirror version of you, I'm taking full credit for that. That's our idea then. Jonathan, we made it right now. Evil version in the future, we can do it.
Like Waka
Jonathan, I've
Waka
had you
Bang
for
Bang?
about 2 hours so far, which is honestly about 1 hour and 59 minutes longer than I normally have anyone for. So is there anything else you would like to bring up before we call this interview to a close?
I don't know. It's the open-ended questions I always find the hardest. So yeah, that is honestly a tough one. Yeah, they're really, I don't know. I feel like we've covered all sorts of random stuff.
We really have.
So, you know, I'm personally good. Like I've got nothing else to say.
Let's end on a high note then.
Obviously,
Everyone in the chat is probably going to play this game as soon as it comes out, but for anyone who isn't, anyone who doesn't know about it or doesn't yet care, Jonathan, why should someone play Path of Exile 2?
Ooh.
I think just because
Why shouldn't
it's a good game, really. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Like, you know, I don't know what else to say. I mean, that really is what I'm hoping. I just want to make the best game. Yeah, I just want to make the best game I can. So I'm hoping that this one is better than the last one.
Brilliant.
And
the last one was pretty damn good. Let's be fair.
So, you know, let's try and do even better.
All right, cool. You should play Path of Exile 2 because it is a good game.
You know, that's
Everyone
a
in the
great
chat that is
marketing tagline. I'm not going to lie.
No, don't regret it. It was perfect. It's
No,
absolutely
that's great.
perfect. That is going to be the quote when it comes out. You know, massive Path of Exile 2 release. Jonathan, lead game designer. It's quite good. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be fantastic. It's the first sextuple A game, 6A game. We've already confirmed it here, and you've said there are quite a few new systems that you've managed to chat about and at least hint at. So everyone in the chat, thank you very much for joining us. And Jonathan, thank you very much for your time, and thank you for
instead of
chatting to me.
D4 bad, it's just PoE 2 good.
Excellent chat.
Right, you guys go and enjoy the rest of your week. I'm going to go and build some Warhammer. Take care, good night, and God bless.
Just PoE too good. Alright, that was pretty good. Well, I'm here. Sweet. Thank you all. There's better marketing I've seen for a lot of games recently. Me too. That was a very different interview. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I would be very unhappy if that was like the only interview we got, right? Because Josh Strife is very like not degenerate PoE, not right? Like I'm very happy that that interview happened, but it would be very bad if it was the only one, because it was very much different from a lot of the others. Very much like wider scope, less specifics thing going on. But it was pretty good. I do wish he had said we couldn't have a party every time. How big is the party you guys throw when Diablo fucks up? Oh, we couldn't have a party every time. Like, imagine if that just came out of his mouth and then he was like, oh, whoops. Mixing a guide? Yes. I will be recording the video tonight after stream for the min-max. Especially because I have every intention of playing Torchlight tomorrow, because it launches tomorrow. We'll see how much of my time it gets. Depends on how good the season is. But Torchlight has always been pretty good. The season looks pretty good, so we'll probably be there for a few days at least. Hopefully your bells don't disagree. I mean, it's getting a lot better every day, so. You're gonna play No Rest for the Wicked today? No, because it launches the same day as Torchlight, and I already like Torchlight. But I do want to give No Rest for the Wicked a go. Also, I got a Torchlight sponsor, so I would have played Torchlight anyway, but I'm also going to get paid to play Torchlight, which is great. Does the min-max version need an Amenamahus? Probably. It's very hard to tell. Because here's the thing. I could already be way over dot cap. I might be so far over dot cap that I can take out the Amenamahus jewel and still be at dot cap. Or I might be so far over dot cap that I could take out Unbound Ailments and still be dot cap, but leave the Amenamahus in, and that would be even better. I can't tell. How come the Abyssal Jewels in your weapon is just to squeeze the last one in? Well, no, it's because I didn't really need a third trigger. So why not have another Abyssal Jewel? Right? Why not? The answer is because it's fucking expensive. But that's not a concern for the min-max build. That's a concern for the build guide, for sure. And as far as is Vile Toxins better than Added Chaos? It certainly wasn't when I first started. At some level of gear, Vile Toxins becomes better, at least I think, from feel. I don't know when that level of gear was, certainly by now. Mom, we're going to switch for managed reserved. We are not, Mom. The Elegant Hubris Timeless Jewel changes the Mom node into Supreme Ostentation. Okay, draw the other day. That's what we were just talking about. Woke Added Chaos versus Vile Toxins. Woke Added Chaos is definitely better at the beginning. Vile Toxins is definitely better when you're really, really well geared. And I don't know when the turning point is. Because, again, we don't have any relevant information for the damage numbers of this minion at all. What we get in Path of Building do not match up with what's happening in game, so the best that you can do is try everything out and then go with whatever feels the best. Like, there just isn't...
How do you find a corpse in all this misty emptiness? Oh, I see now. How strange.
Oh, it feels like way more. If your Path of Building says 11 mil, you're probably doing 40 to 55, somewhere in that range. Path of Building has no clue. No clue. But it's because we literally don't have the damage numbers. We animate Guardian build in the section. Yes, I will do that tonight as well. It's !Bob, but I will add it to the written guide. Because it needs to be added to the written guide in the Path of Building. So... I will add it to the written guide tonight as well and update that and add it to the Path of Building for the normal guide, and then also include it in the min-max upgrade that we do tonight. Okay, but I don't feel like I need it. I mean, you don't need it because the minions are so strong, but like Animate Guardians are also incredibly strong. My Animate Guardian currently gives me Cull, which is 11% more DPS. It gives me crit immunity, freeze immunity, chill immunity, maim immunity, 10 fortification stacks, and an extra curse. That's an insane amount of power. That's an insane amount of power. Not using an Animate Guardian in a minion build is pretty troll. And 30% rarity, technically. I guess that counts as well. How much does it cost? Right now, like 6 div my version, but you can start with baby versions that cost like a few chaos per gear slot. You be part of the building, please. My account's public. You can just upload it directly. You can just type BalorMage in and just load my account in. Choose Animate Guardian helmet for the SRS build too. Leocast is the starting one. Using replica dragon fangs instead of the minute? Yeah, it's fine. Both amulets are fine. Either ashes or replica dragon fang. Are you still shitting yourself? Yep. Unfortunately. But only once every few hours now. Instead of like continuously.
Exile.
Is it a squirter? It's more like a balloon popping. Like it goes in every direction in little explosions. Yeah, what? Gastro. A few days ago, I actually shat myself. For the first time in my adult life, I actually shat myself. I woke up at 2 a.m. feeling some cramps in my stomach, a little bit confused. It took me about 2 seconds to realize what was happening to me. And then it took me 4 more seconds to get to the bathroom. And that was 2 seconds too late. That 2 seconds it took me to realize what was going on, it cost me everything. That cost me everything. I had a total of 4 seconds to get to the bathroom, and it took me 6. And that was it. I was in the bathroom at least. I was in the bathroom at least, so that's something.
Where in the bloody boondocks have you
taken? 10 different ashes. Be very careful. You need at least a 29% quality, preferably a 30% quality ashes. That's 30. That's just as good. Grab that. That was a very good interview. I'm really happy about that. I'm really happy about that. Also, I now relate to Jonathan more. The whole the bit that got me was where he said, like, when he's going to meet with someone, Chris will like tell him this person that we know from doing this thing or from this previous occasion, or this is like the bit of relevant information that ties them to you. I need that in my life. I need someone to do that for me. The amount of times that I forget people I should know, and just having that little tie-in information would really help. It would really help me a lot. The leech actually good, is it more for the ESC Animate Guardian? Both. The leech is pretty decent, but it's mostly because I wanted that 40% ES and whatever I get, 3, 4, 5% physical mitigation, I guess, is also pretty good. Not sure if poison is leached. Poison is not leached. But at this point, I am at least half a hit build, if not more. A bone barrier forbidden flame. Yes, but you don't have to. So there's like a few different options, right? First of all, even if you want bone barrier, you could get forbiddens for unnatural strength, bone barrier, mistress of sacrifice, or plague bearer, and then just take the other one. But you could also forbidden commander in darkness and go that way as well. Wasn't here and say Harry reflect immune. I'm not. I just don't do enough damage to hurt myself compared to the amount of life gain on hit I get. Every hit does less than 54 damage to me individually, and I get 54 life gain on hit. So I'm technically not, but also elemental reflect. I don't even deal any elemental damage, and neither do the minions. It's only fizz. Chaos mode, since we don't either feel or elite. No, there is no reflect chaos in the game. Chaos cannot be reflected, so we don't have to worry about that at all. No way to increase dot damage. Is there an easy way to get the increased dot damage taken on Joel? Nope. In fact, we had to fracture all of ours. We had to roll and fracture them all. We've got a tab full of failures. A whole bunch of didn't hit the thing we were after. Also, your gloves should be corrupted. Yeah, maybe. Just so unimportant. We go to -2% all res. Should be decent. Does that apply to chaos? Maybe. I should get a 21 determination as well. Haste in there as well. Yeah. I don't think haste is the aura that I would put in. I think I would put in zealotry. We do so much hit damage in this build. Like it's really like very hybrid hit and poison. And I feel like I already move so fast. Like what's haste gonna give me? Like 20 something% increased attack speed? Like I've got so much increased attack speed. On the run speed, I don't even run at Quicksilver anymore. I'm just whirling blades everywhere. Like I already have so much attack speed. I don't know if I care about haste. Sure. Didn't even have quality on the whirling blades. Sure I do. What do you mean? Faster attack says quality. But worth getting Diala's +1/+2. I mean, like in the form of, is it worth it for raw power? Boom. Then yes. That's not the correct implicit. That's worth nothing. There's a difference in damage from 31 to 33 on the minions. I don't know. At least when you get used to wondering if I'm running the wrong setup. Vile Toxins or Woke Added Chaos, whichever one it is you're using, it replaces that. That's the worst support gem. How does the rest of Resolution and then transition into Holy Relic? I haven't made any sort of League Start variant of this at all. Isn't it red or green? I'm pretty sure green. Mine's in a red right now, but I think it should be in a green. I think they should all be in greens except Empower and Enlighten. But they're not. Item you're using for Enemy Guardian! Exclamation mark Bob. Technically, I got like a 1% more damage over time and 1% more armor and a bit of extra flat from that corruption, but hey. Do you have any idea how to make this build with 100% suppress? Look up the Uber Elite and what he's doing. He's doing a much more tanky version of this, not using Dialas but still reaching thresholds and running 100% suppress and whatnot. If you want to do something along those lines. There we go. Now I've got 31,300 armor and like 1% more damage over time than I had before. Are we happy? Now I got corrupted gloves. Aval the ashes? No, thank you. I'm good. I still want to have the money to do other builds after this. There's a level of min-maxing that I do, and it's not the absolute top level. It's everything reasonable for rich people, but not... you know you're rolling in a private league when you come back? Who knows? Run all map mods with this build? I can. To start with, on the build guide version of it, you don't have any mana gain on hit anywhere, and you don't have room for it right away. So you have to avoid no regen and less recovery because you run out of mana. Or you have to take out returning projectiles to be able to run them, because then it costs no mana if it's on a 3-link instead of a 4-link. But that does make it a little awkward to run. Woke Enhance would be better than a Woke Empower anyway. If I was gonna start buying Woke Exceptional gems, it would be, we would start with Enhance. What are you rejecting for? I don't like minus max. So I've just got minus max turned off and then 85 quant or more. Not that we can't run minus max. I mean, we can just like everyone else can, but I'd rather not. So I'm just going 85 quant, no minus max. Is spec out of singular focus? I didn't. I should though. Okay, I have boring challenges for us to do. Yay. But also thank you. Alright, what am I doing? Giving me a few hundred chaos so I can roll these invites. Alright. Ba-dum-bum. Where am I going to put the rest of my points in this setup? If I'm going to take that away, I also don't need that travel node, but that's only, it's 3% scarabs anyway. Shift click. Yeah, I know. I just keep forgetting that that's a thing. I can take that node now. Might as well make more rares. Just did a dumb and lost my AG. Yeah. Sure, I'll put that one in too. Why not? Let me map in. Oh, my bad. Do I have to do anything special here, or am I just killing shit? Kill shit, sweet. Let's go.
Another challenger, Shadow, rise and fight. Time to up the stakes.
You should have to do them all at 70%. I should have learned that to begin with. I could have just done them all at 70 when I unlocked them.
Wildly delightful inspiration. Now go retrieve more challenges for the next round.
Said the same thing. Yeah. Is this DD? No, Holy Relic. What are we murdering? I need to do this? Oh. We should get Blakey. Well, he's missed one. We're doing 70% quad invites. Can anyone quickly cover the weapon dex requirements? You either need to get a dex roll on a cluster jewel, which can add up to a lot, or get dex rolls on boots or rings, or just take supreme ostentation, so you don't need any. We can jump in the voice while we're doing invites if you want.
Sure, I can come say hello.
Well, hello.
Wait, you're gonna build one shot these.
For a second, I was like, how are you giving me malevolence? How is your malevolence stronger than mine? It's not. My malevolence is on generosity, dickhead. I don't have one, so I get one if you're here. That's how that works.
Time bends to my will. Handle this, struggle or strangle. Time
Cool, I'm dead.
good. Shadow,
Oh, stay there.
Must go. Must have got burned.
Temporal tears. What's the effort?
Here we go.
Focus.
Necro board already. Go now.
Don't know if an Elder Thorium shield matters. Nope.
Almost certainly not.
Look, an alley focus. They're worth 40 cows.
Hog.
Huge
That's what I
profits. Probably
As
spent
well,
more than
by
that
the
rolling the invites.
At least
No.
of a flare.
It's only 70%. 70% is pretty easy to get.
Take this vitality boon.
It was more annoying just having to run them all again.
I don't know what slam that was that I just tanked, but I just tanked a slam from someone. Between our two holy relics and the thing, I can't fucking see what a mob's doing.
Life is so a glorious spectacle.
Orb of conflict.
Now go retrieve more challenges for the next round.
That is a bad synth implicit. That's worse than that's worse than its normal implicit, bud.
Hidden. Yep.
That isn't coming. I got one of those earlier. They're like tier 0 rarity. They're like, it could have been a mage blood.
Fight on. Handle this, amount of my might. Handle this. Life is so brittle. A glorious spectacle.
Oh, that chest. Does anyone care about that? Or is it just...
What chest?
It's the one that gives you a buttload of life if you have no other life anywhere. Nope, it's worth 4C. Never mind.
Even with a roll like that?
Even a good roll, apparently. Oh no, he didn't care about the roll. 950 go. It's worth 30C. Okay. Okay. I need to unlist my tabs. So I
I've
log into
started the
these.
next one if you want to quickly jump in because it's feared. I'm bad.
Oh shit, I'm coming.
Shadow, rise and fight.
I have no idea what I rolled on this.
I've been smooth. Another challenge.
Ooh, hoo, hoo.
Get beamed.
Strangle, strangle, not good.
Oh. What? Hit me?
Handle this.
Ziri.
Resist the assault.
Oh, I believe in your skills, Baylor.
Me too.
Bends to my will.
Okay, we all have to walk back in together.
Resist the assault.
I believe in your skills, Baylor. Me too. Alright, are we all ready?
Let's go.
Let's go.
Temporal tear.
Wait for it. And move.
Struggle or strangle.
Oh, nope. Okay, if we had started that together, we'd have been fine. But we came in with them already spawned.
Tight tethers, not.
Aw. She died then, didn't she?
Yeah, but there's still one more.
Temporal tear.
So,
I'm bad at the video game.
yeah, if we started that all together, we'd have been fine. Because all three of us would have been on one at the start. And it would have just died instantly. But by the time the two of us loaded in, there was already 4 mobs in the area. You're like, that's a problem. Mob's safe though. He didn't take any damage.
The long-awaited event is
Okay, we got a Cortex back at least.
Time to up the stakes. Time to up the stakes. Stalk and hunt. Force of arms. Grasp your mortality tightly. Oh, a glorious spectacle.
Huh. Disappoint?
I grow bored already.
Nothing.
Go now.
Absolutely nothing.
Imagine accidentally starting the only one that might have been hard. If you did that in any of these other ones, it wouldn't have mattered at all.
In my defense, why in the list is the feared before Elder Slayers? Like, I'm just talking to Kirik and going, I just went from the top to the bottom. Why was the feared not last in that list?
Good question.
Okay.
Fucking hate this map device, man. This is an upsetting map device. It's literally the worst one they've ever made.
I love...
No, the portals aren't in the same spot.
Yeah, but it show... Okay, why is the hidden before then, Blakey?
Maybe they're in the order you unlock them?
That could be... That... No, I did feared last. Feared was the last one that I went to. And the hidden should be last then, like...
No idea then. About 100 milliseconds from me too to dead. Oh, what? I just went in because a portal loaded, so now we're here together.
Okay, it's just a normal one, it's not Uber or anything.
Oh.
If anybody has a... We were all standing on top of each other.
I was
Why did
nowhere
I
near
die?
you. Easy though.
Does anybody have a red invite we can buy?
I don't think I have any. I tanked it because my build is good.
Yeah, this is Shad's build, so it's understandable.
Why is there plus 10,000 attack speed in your Holy Relic config? Because the path of building doesn't really understand how Lancing Steel of Spraying works, even when you set it to all projectiles. Because it goes like this, and it over time, it releases all 14 projectiles, then all 14 return, and that happens per attack. The path of building thinks it's firing all projectiles at once, one at a time. So we're actually hitting the cooldown recovery rate for minions all the time with just a little bit of attack speed scaling because of how good this skill is as a trigger. The path of building doesn't know that. So to make it know that, we just add 10,000 attack speed so that it is always hitting the cooldown.
Whose mission is this?
Let me check mine. Eldridge. Nope, just blues. No red.
Oh, it's a Necro, but I know.
Do you guys want to come to this Ashabi quickly, or should we run it? I think we did an Ashabi.
We did it. Okay, I can't fucking...
I
I hate the fact that you've got to do...
I think I have a red I can sell you. Well, that. Whatever they're worth.
Have you joined my hideout now, Nico? Do I just have to talk to you, or do I have to actually do the quest?
Do you need the small red dude too? No. No, right?
No, just the big one. I hate the fact that you have to actually do Nico's quest to unlock him in your hideout.
I don't think you do.
You do.
Well, I still haven't.
Like, I go to talk to him and it says, do Nico's fuel in Act 4. Which is this quest here.
Just going to see if...
Sure.
Huh. There's no Nico in my hideout.
Yeah, and if you go to your little thing where you and type in Nico, it'll say complete the quest.
Good day.
Huh.
The same thing that like Helena doesn't spawn unless you actually talk to her in Act 4.
Is Spell Echo supporting it? Nope. Spell Echo does not support it. Oh, how much are these? We have a red thing. Are they really a div each?
Are you really not running it?
Apparently they're a div each. Now where to go? Oh, now I have one.
Sure, that's enough. Damn it.
W each, what the fuck happened? I don't know. But how long does it really take you to run 24 maps if you burn them? Like, even if it was a minute a map, it's still fucking shit.
We don't have Mesa and we don't have City Square this league.
Yeah, but even if they're a minute a map, they're still shit.
True. Where is it? I need to roll it to 70%.
You know, there's absolutely zero chance we can all run in and do that together, right? And Minions is gonna fuck us, and also neither of us can do it without dying in the minion phase because the relics will get in the way of the balls.
I believe in Blakey. We'll go in and die and Blakey will kill it.
Why don't we just let Blakey launch it and do the 2 ball phases and then let us in?
But I think Blakey will just absolutely
Or the 3 of us just one-shot it?
We can try that.
I think we can just one-shot it.
That's fine.
As long as it doesn't have chance to avoid poison on it, we'll just do it before there's a ball face.
Yeah, it doesn't have a chance to avoid poison.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
Your absurd defiance ends here, hatchling.
We will win this together.
Disintegration. Cleansing.
Not quite. All right, good luck, everybody.
You do not have the strength, hatchling.
That may be, but
Someone else blew me up then.
Yeah, your Animate Guardian or Holy Relic or anything. Wait, our minions are hanging around blowing up balls, but they can't take any damage. All the minions here are safe spots for Blakey. They're all blowing up or danger spots. Don't walk near them. But they're just blowing up extra balls. What the fuck? I mean, first of all, he's just better at that than I am. But even so, he's getting helped by all those minions just blowing up balls that aren't near him.
Just extra holes.
Actually cheating.
Annihilation.
Oh, and it's firing the shit at my minions.
Disintegration. Cleansing. Annihilation.
Oh, not always. Not always. Sometimes it's still firing at Blakey, but sometimes it's firing at our minions. That's almost worse because now he doesn't know if it's going to target him or not.
Incineration. Annihilation.
Feel free to res. I have no mana. Oh, how low is it? Yeah, we can get back in here.
Oh, there you go.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Stay dead on the ground.
Incineration.
Oh my god! I just showed up.
This realm shall be studied by flame for eternity.
All right. All right, like he's like all res. Come on. I was like, I do so much damage. If I just got another shot at attacking him, it would be fine.
Annihilation. Incineration.
I hate this boss so fucking much.
Disintegration.
I actually hate this boss so much.
Others arrived to challenge me for this realm.
There's not even a unique on the floor there. Didn't even get a unique.
Yeah, but the shield.
Was it? I don't see a shield.
Pretty sure he picked it up.
Did you... I yoinked it? Right, okay, fair enough. Remember that discussion about skill versus gear? This one's very different. Even if you're good at it, the minions who stand around me, they all proc the balls and they explode. And like, there's fucking 5 of them. And they're around, like, you can't... To walk through a gap, I need there to be 3 balls missing in a row. There has to be 3 balls missing in a row, or I cannot walk through a gap. You direct minions away from you? I mean, I can't. They're meat shielded, but I guess I could drop meat shield and... If I drop meat shield, I can then direct them by just casting, and they will walk. But then if I like whirling blades, they'll come to me, or if I try and walk at all, they'll come to me. So I can like... I could like point them forward, but I also haven't scaled any minion movement speed at all. So they're all real slow to walk. Look at them move.
How many exalts do you have, Balor? Do you have any?
Like 100 and something?
Excellent. Would you prefer to use exalts for these maps to get more map modifiers on them, to get the challenge done quicker, or save your exalts?
I'll use my own fuck. What are we doing now?
Literally just killing the map boss and then leaving.
Ugh. Are these memories?
They're memories, and we've got to do 150 modifiers total. Boss.
LOL.
I'm not having a good day.
There's a fury valve on the ground.
And that's where it can stay.
I took it. I don't know why I took it. Alright, here's 40 exalts. I assume fury valve's worth nothing. Cool. What about now? Still nothing. Is it worth it to start the season? Yeah, absolutely. We're only like, what, 3 weeks in or something? Plenty of time. Did any other boss signs where I log off beside Feared? Nope. Did you invest in a Holy Relic? Where should I start? Better Ghastlies? I don't know. I don't know where you're at.
25 maps is challenging with using exalt orbs.
I mean, I guess at least we're doing them together.
I don't even know if I've got enough fucking memories for it. I didn't realize it would be so many. Last league's one wasn't actually that bad. It was only like 1500% quantity or something. And you could
This one league starter, I always seem to suffer a lot with my choices and then they turn out too expensive. I don't know. Pick something that can work even in solo self-found. You're usually better off picking something you're already familiar with. This league, the Inquisitor Cock DD is like solo self-found startable and really, really strong. So you can always do that one. Also not get the poison damage to go up? No. The Herald of Agony buff effect only applies to the character, not the minions. So it gives you poison chance, but it does not give your minions poison chance. I think we're done, right?
Yep. Just kill the
Evening.
boss and look. What's next? This one.
Challenges.
Are you excited about the heist one that you're gonna have to do?
No. Maybe I just don't get all the challenges done. The problem is I was fine with that until you started bringing me to all of these, and now I'm going to end it with like so close that I have to go do them all. I kind of regret doing the first round. I could have warranted not doing challenges at all, and then Mug's like, I got a bunch of easy ones, they're all prepared, and now I'm like, fuck, now I'm getting so close that I have to go do the other challenges.
Done.
Alien is only minions and no other source that had a damage beside links. Yep.
I hate this interface.
I hate this fucking map device.
But look, it says how many maps you've run.
Yeah, and it puts the portals in the... Look at this fucking shit! All the portals are on the right-hand side, up each other's ass. It's the worst.
Would it help if I made the tree bigger?
No. I can't imagine anyone wanting that port. That just doesn't... It's the worst. This is the kind of map device I would pay money to not have this map device. That's how bad it is.
I would be okay. I wish it had a variant where the portals weren't random. I'll be honest. But it has a variant where the tree is massive and the portals are random, or a variant where the tree is small and the portals are still random.
Sounds horrible. The tree is very cool. The random portals are tilting. Yes, the tree is cool. And like showing me how many maps I've run is a cool thing. But I couldn't put up with randomized portals. Like, I mean, I can't even put up with like this hideout design. Like, look at the fucking distance between his stash tab, his waypoint, and his map device. Like, this is a trash hideout.
It's not even that far. It's one step.
That's one step more than it should be. And it's not one step either. It's several. Mine are one step apart.
What a cool map this is.
Hideouts like yours scare me that I'm gonna yoink somebody's portal. It happens occasionally. I'm fine with it. Oh, and hell, I'm doing this as my day one solo self-found filter. If you're still subscribed to Giga Chad, fuck off. It's updated right now. Just swap to it. If you're still subscribed to that one, just change to it. No, got my ashes. Diala's using enhance as well at the moment. 23% so crushing at the moment. Nice. Remember that a 2023 is way better than a 2120. So start by just getting a 2023. What are you guys doing in a party? Fucking a certain amount of modifiers on memory maps for challenges. Can I help? What can I help with? Ring but no other exists, and I don't know how to press it. I'm not the person you're looking for. Challenge hunting already? I normally wouldn't, but Mug did the work part.
Yeah, suckers run to the other side of the map device.
So like he's collected all of the things we need and like rolled them. So saves me doing it.
When I'm ready and not before.
For these to count as done, you just have to kill the boss, right? Not the actual Harvey that spawns?
Yeah, just the boss.
Okay,
I don't
cool.
have to actually click on the portal through that hub in your mess.
That's easy. This will Torchlight Infinite in Baylor's future? Absolutely. Number one, it looks like a really good league, and I was going to play it anyway. Also, multiplayer works now, even during the campaign. So, I think it's only duo, but we'll play multiplayer. If any of my people are starting at the same time, that is.
Oh, yes, I will be on to that.
Sweet.
As long as nothing actually comes up. But are you starting at midday or?
It depends on how the podcast goes. I need to start in PoE for like an hour so that people get debated into joining the chat before I bait and switch them into Torchlight Infinite.
I just need a time so I know when I can set an alarm for, because I work tonight. And I don't want to wake up at midday if you're not playing until 1 or 2.
Let's call it 1.
Call it 1. Okay, I can do that.
Because like if the podcast finished perfectly on time and I started immediately, I could start at 11, stream for an hour and then change. But that's not going to happen. So you push it back an hour, it makes it a lot easier. Debated? I mean, is it really debated when I tell everyone that's what I'm doing? Is it really still debated? Can you help me? Holy Relic shows 111% CDI. Is it fine, or must I drop enhanced? It is not fine. It does nothing more than 82 unless you get 128. If you get 128, that's fantastic, huge. If you can't get to 128, there's no point in going past 82. So you might as well drop the enhance.
After I finish this map, Baylor, can you check your bank for any memories that you might have just chucked in there.
Sure.
I very much underestimated how many we're going to need.
That's some bad news. Oh, map challenge complete.
Is that
Map magnificent.
You had 10,000 map tiers.
Oh. That's an irrelevant thing.
You have always ended up getting it. I need somewhere that isn't that to start. That's a terrible.
Let me have a look. Memory. Does that work? Just mem?
Mem should work, yeah.
Oh, there's one. Oh, there's another one. There's another one. There's another one. I had 4.
That should do. No, someone traded me and I'd already gone to the map.
If I can get a 23% quality Holy Relic, it'll be 82. Technically, it'll be 83 because that's what I'm running. But yes. What's the command for the timeless jewel? Exclamation mark. Timeless. Or the calculator. Like that's the thing that lets you figure it out. I feel like we should challenge someone to get to the next breakpoint after 128. It's only 209.
You get a shorter 209% quality?
You can get 50 from Helm. You can get a Woke corrupted in a +1. You can't use the Helm at the same time, so the Woke level 5 corrupted in a +3 gives you... No. I don't think you can.
You kill a boss?
I haven't found the boss.
Ah, here it is.
How to get to 128? You need an Ashes, your Germanic Green Socket Dialas, and either +1 all with a level 4 enhance or a level 5 Woke enhance. One of those two. You need basically everything, as well as the 23 quality gem. Like every avenue that you can use to balance your CDR, you need every one of them. It's very expensive and absolutely not worth it. I won't even be doing it in my min-max version because it's just not worth the money.
That is halfway.
Sweet Jesus.
Oh god, I made a terrible mistake. This was not the place.
Why
to
are
put
we
it.
in Reef Map? Oh, this is bad. Hey, 2 fracturing shards. I haven't found fracturing shard drops from Harvey's the whole time.
And you won't now. That's your RNG.
That's my fracturing shards? No, I've been running the Harvey strat for days. Enhance the green, enhance always red. Enhance and empower always red.
But what if blue?
Just increase the XP gain for the gem that's in there, not for your character. Get worthless.
Imagine if it counted every blue gem. It was actual increased XP gain for you.
That would be different.
That would be an expensive chest.
I'd have 1 green, 5 blues, because the the thing still needs to be in a blue, in a green rather, for the breakpoint. five blues, please. 5 blues until level 100 and then change. Wanted rare pack leaders, Gigatank in, I don't know. Oh, 7 div. I'll take it. Hope he comes here. Did. Good job, buddy. You only need 1 maim tattoo? Yes. You only need 1 maim tattoo. As far as we can tell, the maim chance is individually rolled per hit. So there's 14 projectiles that then all return, so 28 hits per attack, of which you attack 3 to 4 times a second. 5% chance to maim, everything's maimed. It's fine. AG gear, exclamation mark, Bob.
This map is dark.
I don't even know what the fuck is going on here.
It's one of the Abyss memories.
Okay.
I think, or Beyond Memories. Done.
Do I even care about these MTXs?
Not a clue.
Is there something good in them?
Not a clue, but I get my MTXs every league. That's my one. I don't care about the totem pole. Buck 40 out of 40, but
I stopped to kill the whatever you call him, beyond boss. Oh, any beyond boss complete. Ah.
Tom.
Oh, hang on, make an 18 div now.
This is no better than the last one. I've got to run fucking cells.
Oh no. Wait. I'll stay put.
Okay. Wait at the boss. I don't think Wakey's waiting at the boss for you.
Upsetting. We were swapping with each other.
He is.
What Saki tabulars? F is just a fancy tabular. Yeah, but you can just use a corrupted chrome on it, a tainted chrome, and change it back to normal. Great Guardian is max block. Why would you use the he's not max block, but he blocks often enough. And Conk Ground is very, very big regen when you have like 60,000 life or something, which is what he's got.
Yeah, AG, he's got way more than 60,000.
Oh, he's got 60,000 on my tooltip.
He's got 70,000 tooltip, I think. At least mine does. 69, 90 something. But it doesn't account any of the...
Mine has 62.
any of the extra stuff.
But yes, not counting any gear he put on or anything, so don't know how much he ends up with, but it's a lot. How does yours have more? How does yours have more than me? Where the fuck can you get more minion life?
Mine's at 69854.
Taking a minion life node somewhere.
I don't know. It doesn't matter because it's still irrelevant compared to the one that I had when I was playing the Goldmine.
I mean, I have a regular animate guardian that's level 21. It's in a +2. It's got a +1 from the ashes. So it's level 24.
Yeah, 24 with meat shield and minion life.
Yep.
In Shad's build, but
that's mine.
Either way, it's irrelevant. My one in, I don't remember what league I did for Golemancer, but that had like 150k tooltip. Because you were using 2 cold iron points, so it had a fucking bajillion levels.
Yep. Which enemy guardian chest is better? I mean, for what? It depends on your budget. Like, I use a garb because it's better for me. But the Zagoroth Kasarok, or whatever the hell you're supposed to say, that one, is probably the best, like, budget keep him alive option. Like, the best cheap one. Add extra life rolls on one of my rings. Ah. That makes sense.
Think so.
I'm stopping to open these chests because I didn't understand how they worked. But it looks like it's just one chest. And then once you've killed those mobs, it then opens the second chest. And then once you've killed those mobs, it then opens the third chest.
Yeah, just lots of little chests.
That's shit.
I mean, at least they know. Mark was pretty open about memories were on board to get reworked this league.
True.
And they just didn't have time, so.
True.
But I still think they're good, but there's literally only 2 of them that matter. No, 3. There's 3 that matter. But I question if the Essence one's actually good anymore with what you can do.
Maybe. The mix axe will buff your minions' health. No. They just have a buttload of health themselves, so they're used for all the like detonate dead style builds. And I say a buttload, it's only like 10% more or something than the previous corpses we were using, but it's still something. Like, it's still good. Ooh, straight into them. Doesn't matter.
Two. Nah, fuck that map. Don't go into that.
Do we really have enough to waste them?
Yeah.
Sweet, that's what I like to hear.
You gave me 4, Blake, you gave me 1.
Fantastic. I have absolutely no idea what these mischievous MTX do.
More maps. Fuck that map. But you idiots, get out of there. The
What?
boss takes 10 years. It's Belfry. Come into this next one.
We've done like 6 belfries already.
Yeah, that was before I realized that we had enough extras to only do good maps.
Makes trash loot orbit around you and full of any trading stuff. We'll get it, I guess. Oh, hey, another, what's his name, boss? What is on this map?
I don't know, but the boss was really tanky.
This boss is tanky as shit as well. 75% more maximum life. 36 chaos res. That's it. Huh.
Worship your dead.
No corrupted fusing. Rip. But it's on helm and boots, so you're never going to use it. Oh. Yeah, all helm MTXs are dead to me for the rest of the game's career, actually.
I believe that at some point in the next unknown amount of time, that system will get changed.
I hope so, because there are some cool helmet MTXs that I'd like to use, but every character has to have this helmet on now. There's zero chance I'm running characters with MTXs that don't have a purple health bar. Like, it's purple forever. I don't know. Maybe like a Righteous Fire one, I might like be convinced to use that like molten lava looking thing again. Maybe.
$27 out of 38.
Do these all need to be like of a certain quantity or something as well?
The ones we just did?
Yeah.
No, it was literally just map modifiers.
I don't think I finished.
Don't tell me.
Did you already have some done? What's it called?
No. Fearful something.
Oh, I don't see it. I just didn't see a thing pop up.
Yeah, cool, it's done.
But I must have just missed it.
You had me worried that they weren't actually counting for you guys the entire time.
No, my thought was just that maybe you'd done one earlier in the league or something and with just like a map in front or something. But nope, it's just a Baylor blind situation, which is, that's fine.
How many challenges are you at now?
I don't know, 20 something. 21.
21.
I got a bunch of easy ones though, like
Yeah.
complete a quest,
I still
do a hybrid flask.
That heist one, so garbage.
Just not do that one. It's fine.
Okay, are you gonna do Grueling Gauntlet or kill 50? Where is it? Masterful monsters. Defeat 50 Delve Syndicate Beastry or Val bosses.
Grilling Gauntlet, easy. I'm only 8 mods away from the 8 mod things. I'll reach level 100 and I only have to do like 60 guardians, which I want to do another guardian farm anyway. So Grueling Gauntlet will be pretty easy to do. Why does your Convocate go off so often?
Your Shats has in a fucking automation thing.
No. No.
This feels weird.
I took Convocate out of my build.
I love Shads. He's great, but some of the choices, like, have you seen the boots that he uses? He's running these boots. so he doesn't have to desecrate.
I mean, for each nearby corpse, gain 1% increased movement speed. I mean, I guess you can run faster. Ascendancy needs more corpses. Does it though? Isn't it just if there's a corpse nearby? Because there's always a corpse nearby.
No, I respect out of Plaguebringer because I wanted Bone Barrier.
Oh, Plaguebringer is so good though.
Yeah.
It's got the AoE.
Shads has Commander of Darkness as his Forbidden Jewels.
Yeah, and he needed it too.
So, yeah. It's just different. It's not bad, but... it still murders everything. It's just slightly squishy.
Me again, you said something about an Inquisitor League start. Which one was that again? Brain went brr and forgot. Cast on crit, detonate dead. Who made the good one of that? The Inquisitor? Blakey's literally playing it in solo self-found right now. Whose was that? Ventura has a guide. Nice. New video update for the build when? So there'll only be one, and I'll be recording it tonight. Are we done for now?
Yeah, I need to go find garbage to do another feed.
Sweet. In that case, we're gonna call it a day because I'm also gonna need to go to the bathroom again, and I'm gonna be a little weird. I've been cramping for a little while. But we'll do the video update tonight for the min-maxing. Necropolis facility self-found is actually nuts. Oh yeah. Necropolis crafting I would actually do in small private league or solo self-found because it is real fucking strong. Hate killing a gazillion Harvey monsters for alteration shards. Yeah. Alright. We can call it a day. I'll do the update to this build guide when I get back from the toilet. What kind of stats does the enemy guarding over gloves besides curse on hit despair? Chaos res if you can. Chaos res is good. Otherwise, if you can't get chaos res, you could get like % increased life, like the whatever the really old animate guardian gloves are that had like 16% life on them. Those are okay, but you'd rather have some chaos res if you can. I will see everybody tomorrow.